Chapter 330, Shock. Shi Feng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally understood why Shi Feng would insist on making a bet with him. Shi Feng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet, Shi Feng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Shi Feng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld. Yet, now, Shi Feng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Shi Feng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet, Shi Feng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Shi Feng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Shi Feng's finger was about to click the Upload Video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, "Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld," Shi Feng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Shi Feng was also worried about this situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. "I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them," Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Shi Feng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. "What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you?" Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. "You're overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly." Shi Feng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. "Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld?" Snow Goose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snow Goose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Dark Star was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? "What? Afraid?" Shi Feng chuckled. "Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld?" Snow Goose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo with Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Time passed, little by little. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creek Town so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing Guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupy the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant? So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Dark Star. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Dark Star's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Dark Star would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the 6-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. Can someone tell me just what is going on? Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet, now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me. Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Dark Star. The only reason he had managed to lead Dark Star to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's number 1 position. However, due to Blackie and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Dark Star, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Dark Star would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that, after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. Chapter 331, Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away. Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Dark Star also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs. Originally, these elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city. With nothing better to do, players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration. Today, they had managed to raid a level 15, 20-man hard mode dungeon, the Blood Fang Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid. Brother War Wolf, that Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Dark Star's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, War Wolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely. Although, it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before." Moments after War Wolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Shifeng were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld. Big brother War Wolf, long time no see. Yulan walked up to War Wolf and greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing. Werewolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. Big brother Werewolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you. Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, we haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat. Werewolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after Werewolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw. Their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creek Town, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wing still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creek Town, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie's Stars of Light skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Shifeng said in the team chat, Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding. Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me? Snow Goose pouted. We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there. Why would you even want to go? Shifeng laughed bitterly. Shifeng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. Is it very dangerous? Snow Goose asked, tilting her head slightly. Of course, Shifeng said seriously with a nod. Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff, Snow Goose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Shifeng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold in Creek Town. As the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Shifeng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creek Town was unimaginable. Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here, Shifeng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creek Town. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Shifeng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade quest? Moreover, only a viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest. Chapter 332, Encountering a Magic Weapon Once Again. Inside of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, it was like a maze. There were also many level 30 Blood Hand Association knights patrolling the construct. These NPCs wore red leather armor and wielded spears. They also had 200,000 HP. Moreover, these NPCs always moved in groups of 10, and their coordination made them extremely difficult to deal with. If Shifeng and the others recklessly charged into a group of these NPCs, even with a Tier 1 swordsman like Kite protecting them, the result would be the same. These knights would eliminate them in an instant. In fact, even if Shifeng's group were strong enough to fight these Blood Hand Association knights, they would still meet their deaths if they chose to confront these NPCs. This was due to the many hidden traps and mechanisms throughout the stronghold. In the past, world dominators had paid a steep price because of these traps. Naturally, Shifeng would not behave as recklessly as world dominators had in the past. Hence, he would always detour and bypass any knights they met, avoiding a confrontation with the NPCs at all costs. In any case, the paths in this stronghold all connected in one way or another. As long as one was careful, it was possible to find the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse without engaging in combat. Finally, after a long time, Shifeng's group arrived before a pair of tightly sealed, stone doors. 2 words were etched into the wall next to the doors: Control Room. This was where all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were controlled. As long as they disabled these traps, they would have nothing to worry about as they traveled through the construct. Just after Kola forced open the heavy stone doors, the group immediately discovered an old, one-eyed man dressed in black robes inside the control room. The old man held a redwood staff as he manipulated a magic array. Inca Richter, Tier 1 Elementalist. Level 30. HP 1-000-000/1-000-000. Thank God it is as I speculated. He's only level 30 and not a level 50 Tier 2 mage. Shifeng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Inca Richter's information. If not for the Crusade quest, the old man before them would be near impossible to deal with. Although Inca Richter would only be level 50, as a Tier 2 mage, he could kill a level 50 Tier 1 player as easily as squishing a bug. Guild Leader, it's a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. I'm afraid that he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Should we call for reinforcements? Kola had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Currently, he was only level 22. If it were a level 20 Tier 1 Elementalist, he could tank it. However, it was impossible for him to endure the attacks of a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. The tier suppression alone would greatly increase the damage he received, not to mention the level suppression. With the two combined, even as the chief MT of Zero Wing, he would be cannon fodder at best. Relax, you don't need to tank. Shifeng smiled. He then looked at his personal guard, Kite, who stood beside him, saying, Kite will be our MT. Kola, you'll act as support. You just need to activate your magic resistance aura and use protection blessing on Kite during crucial moments. Kola suddenly remembered that Shifeng had a personal guard like Kite beside him. Kite had over 18,000 HP, compared to Kola, Kite was far more durable as an MT. Although Kite was far inferior to Inca Richter regarding HP, as a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman, Kite's close combat capabilities far surpassed a Tier 1 Elementalist. Kite, you'll tank Inca Richter. Violet, you'll heal Kite. Kola, focus on using protection blessing on Kite when needed, Shifeng commanded. Without hesitation, Kite charged Inca Richter, slashing his sword at the old man. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above Inca Richter's head. Compared to the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, Inca Richter's defense was much lower. Despicable intruders, I'll turn all of you into my lab rats. Inca Richter used instantaneous movement, dodging Kite's sword techniques. The old man then waved his staff, summoning an aqua-blue magic shield that covered his body. The magic shield was one of the most frequently used defensive spells that elementalists possessed, and it could protect the caster against a considerable amount of damage. Following which, Inca Richter waved his free hand, summoning an ice wall to prevent Kite from advancing. However, Kite was no ordinary guard. Immediately, Kite activated Wind Blade and jumped. Kite effortlessly leaped across the ice wall in his path and arrived before Inca Richter. He then brandished his sword at the elementalist multiple times in quick succession. After taking a few hits from Kite's sword, the magic shield surrounding Inca Richter's body shattered into particles of light, leaving the caster's feeble body vulnerable to Kite's attacks. Fortunately for the old man, the magic shield had earned him enough time to cast Frozen Circle. White, bone-chilling mist spread out from Inca Richter and assaulted Kite. In response to the spell, Kite abruptly jumped into the air and dodged the Frozen Circle. Inca Richter cursed when he saw the swordsman avoid another spell with such a simple action. In a fit of rage, Inca Richter pointed a finger at Kite, sending multiple fireballs flying at the swordsman who was still suspended in midair. As the fireballs approached him, Kite calmly twisted his body and brandished his sword so fast that only bright afterimages were visible. He sliced the incoming fireballs in half, one after another. The speed of Kite and Inca Richter's exchange was stunning, and any ordinary player would have difficulty following the fight. Standing at a distance, both Cola and Violet Cloud were dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the first time they had witnessed a fight between NPCs. Never would they have expected that a fight between NPCs could actually be more exciting than a fight between experts. The longer they watched, the more felt ashamed of themselves. Inwardly, they also began to estimate how they would fare if they fought Inca Richter if they were the same level and tier. However, as they continued watching the exchange between Kite and Inca Richter, they soon reached a shocking conclusion. They were not even opponents for Inca Richter. The reason they came to such a conclusion, however, was not because of the great disparity between their HPs. Instead, it was because of the difference in combat techniques. This conclusion left them both speechless. What are you two daydreaming about? They are both high-level NPCs, ordinary monsters cannot compare to them. It's no big deal if your current combat techniques are not a match for theirs. As long as you participate in more battles and accumulate experience, you will surpass Inca Richter sooner or later. Shifeng could not help but console the two. Naturally, he could discern their thoughts. Inca Richter was different from the Blood Hand Association elites battling outside the town. Before the Crusade quest had weakened him, Inca Richter had originally been a Tier 2 NPC. Thus, his combat proficiency was superior to those ordinary NPCs. As for Kite, not only was he a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, but he had also been a Tier 2 sword master in the past. His combat techniques were excellent. In truth, Shifeng had also been shocked when he had first witnessed a battle between high-level NPCs. It was especially true for battles involving Tier 3 NPCs or above. Regarding control over personal combat power, these NPCs could actually exhibit more than 70% of their strength. According to the evaluation criteria of God's domain, those capable of exhibiting more than 70% of their personal combat power were considered first-rate experts. These NPCs were far superior to the current top-tier experts. Moreover, even an NPC like Inca Richter was only capable of exhibiting 60% of his personal combat power. Hence, it was natural for Cola and Violet Cloud to be inferior to NPCs like Kite and Inca Richter. Following which, Violet Cloud began healing the Tier 1 swordsman while Shifeng supported Kite from the sides. From time to time, Shifeng would use control skills such as Thunder Flame Explosion and Abyssal Bind to restrain Inca Richter. Shifeng also used the 7 Luminaries ring, swapping between Aura of Time and Aura of Fire. While Aura of Time was activated, Shifeng would cast Absolute Time. While Aura of Fire was activated, Shifeng would use Firestorm. Whenever Inca Richter was about to cast a powerful spell, Shifeng would deftly activate Absolute Time, interrupting Inca Richter's spell and forcing the old man to defend against Kite's sword techniques using his staff. A mage that could not cast spells was like a tiger that without its fangs and claws. In such circumstances, Inca Richter could only endure Shifeng and everyone else's attacks helplessly. Very quickly, Inca Richter's 1 million HP fell rapidly. 90%. 70%. 30%. After more than 10 minutes, Inca Richter's body finally dropped to the floor, transforming into an abundance of EXP. Shifeng reached level 24 with the sudden influx of EXP. Following which, Shifeng turned off all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Now that there were no more traps, it would be much easier to deal with the enemy NPCs. Suddenly, Kola excitedly ran towards Shifeng's side and asked, "Guild leader, I found a key beside this old man's body. What do you think this is?" "A key?" Shifeng was slightly puzzled. Logically, none of the Blood Hand Association NPCs should drop any items. Shifeng received the purple gold key from Kola and examined it. There were complex runes carved onto the body of this key. To Shifeng's surprise, he could not obtain any information about the key. Everything displayed as unknown. What a strange key. In Shifeng's memory, there were no records mentioning this key. However, since Inca Richter had dropped it, it should be extraordinary. It seems that we will have to look for an appraiser after we return to White River City. When considering unknown items, Shifeng suddenly remembered the additional skill of his golden stigmata, Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes could obtain all information on any items. This skill was far more amazing than the appraising eyes of appraisers. Let's have a look, then. Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and took a look at the key in his hand once more. This time, the information displayed was no longer unknown. All secrets about the key unveiled before Shifeng's eyes. It's actually a magic weapon. Shock filled Shifeng's heart as he investigated the purple gold key in his hand. Chapter 333, Hidden Class. Magic weapon. Kola did not quite understand Shifeng's words. Violet Cloud was confused as well. Shifting her gaze to Shifeng, she hoped to find out from Shifeng what a magic weapon was. It was their first time hearing the term, magic weapon. A magic weapon isn't an orthodox weapon. You can think of it as a double-edged sword of tremendous power. It can either raise a player's combat power to frightening heights, or completely ruin them, Shifeng explained, smiling. He had naturally noticed the two's interest. Shifeng had never revealed the secret of the abyssal blade to others. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, nobody else in the guild knew about it. Matters regarding magic weapons were of utmost importance. Compared to Blackie's epic ranked staff, magic weapons were much more precious. After all, they were weapons capable of rivaling legendary weapons. Had it been possible, Shifeng would have wished that the abyssal blade in his hands could become an epic weapon instead of a magic weapon. Although his combat power would have decreased significantly, he would not have to worry about the abyssal blade's backlash. Although Shifeng had never personally witnessed the result of a backlash, he had still heard rumors about it. In the past, many first-rate experts had been devoured by their own magic weapons. After suffering the backlash, these first-rate experts had no choice but to delete their accounts and start all over again. Such a heavy price frightened even Shifeng. Currently, he had no other choice but to continuously improve himself, in both combat techniques and combat power, in order to face the future backlash. So it turns out that magic weapons are so amazing. But, guild leader, is there even a class that uses a key as a weapon? None of the 12 main classes in God's domain that I know of uses a key as a weapon, Kola asked. There is. However, it is a hidden class, Shifeng answered. Hidden class. So there really are hidden classes in God's domain? Then, aren't hidden classes very amazing? Guild leader, is it possible for us to switch to a hidden class? Kola's trust in Shifeng had long since reached the level of blind faith. He did not have a shred of doubt about Shifeng's words. If Shifeng said hidden classes existed in God's domain, then, to Kola, these definitely existed in God's domain. Even if there weren't any hidden classes, Kola would still believe that there were. Big brother Kola, what are you getting so anxious for? You should let guild leader finish speaking first. Violet Cloud was also very interested in regard to hidden classes. Seeing his two party members looking at him with such fervent eyes, Shifeng could not help but laugh, saying, this hidden class is called Astromancer and it can be considered a branch of the mage classes. Any mage or healer class can convert to an Astromancer. The minimum requirement is that you must first reach level 20. More importantly, you must also receive and complete the class change quest for the hidden class. Meanwhile, this key is very special. Not only is it a weapon, it is also a tool meant for triggering the class change quest for the hidden class. You just need to bring this key to White River City and you'll automatically receive the hidden class change quest. Guild leader, is an Astromancer strong? Can I still continue healing after I become an Astromancer? Violet Cloud was suddenly excited. As Zero Wing developed, the number of battles the guild would be involved in would increase. Although she loved being a cleric, the things she could do were clearly limited. After all, when all was said and done, a cleric was not a combat-oriented class. Violet Cloud dearly wanted to fight as well. She did not wish to always stand in the rear and receive the protection of others. Although it is called a hidden class, you're not exactly going to be changing to an entirely different class. It is more like having extra unique class skills. You will simply be gaining an additional skill set that does not belong to your original class. The downside to this is that you will take several times longer to level up, compared to normal classes. Moreover, it won't be an easy task to learn the system skills of a hidden class. Simply put, your life will become much harder after converting to a hidden class, Shifeng explained. In addition, Astromancer isn't a class suitable for the average player. The controls involved are very complicated, and the control difficulty is at least 2 to 3 times that of a normal mage class. If an ordinary player were to convert into an Astromancer, they might find themselves losing fights to opponents that they had managed to defeat in the past. On the other hand, if you successfully master the class, even if you meet someone who had become much more powerful than they were in the past, you can still beat them up until their mothers no longer recognize them. Overall, Astromancer could be considered a very extreme hidden class. Seeing Violet Cloud's passionate gaze, Shifeng asked, do you wish to convert to this hidden class? I don't want to always stay at the back and heal. I want to be the same as Big Sis Fire Dance and Big Sis Aqua. I want to be able to fight enemies at the front lines as well. Violet Cloud nodded. She then looked at Shifeng and asked timidly, Guild leader, can you please let me have this hidden class? Violet Cloud knew that she was being selfish. After all, she did not obtain this key by herself. Moreover, countless others in the guild would be willing to fight over a hidden class. There were also powerful mage experts such as Aqua Rose, Ice Queen Su Qianlu, Blackie, and many others in the guild. If they were to change classes into an Astromancer, they could greatly increase the guild's strength. There was simply no place for a healer like her. However, she wished to contribute more to the guild. Kola's mouth widened in shock when he heard Violet Cloud speak. He had not expected the usually quiet and lovely Violet Cloud to make such a bold move. This, Shifeng wrinkled his sharp brows, entering a deep contemplation. Looking at Shifeng's grave expression, Violet Cloud could not help but start panicking. Guild leader, Violet's control and techniques are definitely first-rate. Even I am no match for her. Won't you consider giving her a chance? Kola voiced his opinion. After thinking it over for a while, Shifeng seriously looked at Violet Cloud, saying, I'm not forbidding you to convert your class into an Astromancer. Only, this key is slightly troublesome. If you use this key to convert your class into an astromancer, your path will be fraught with an endless amount of trouble in the future. You might even ruin your account. All your efforts would go down the drain. At that time, while everyone is over level 100, you will have to start from scratch. Do you really have the courage and determination to do so? In fact, Shifeng had no doubts in regard to Violet Cloud's control and techniques. If Shifeng did not possess 10 years' worth of experience playing God's domain, Violet Cloud might have already surpassed him by now. Based on Violet Cloud's standards, she might immediately become one of Zero Wing's top combatants once she was an astromancer. Shifeng would naturally feel happy over this matter. Yet, what he had in his hand right now was a magic weapon. If the weapon were a legendary weapon and not a magic weapon, he would willingly give it to Violet Cloud without hesitation as long as she wanted it. A magic weapon, on the other hand, had pros and cons that Shifeng was very clear about. As long as a player unsealed a magic weapon and became its controller, then they would inevitably have to face the backlash of the magic weapon one day. Based on the current situation, the disadvantages of giving Violet Cloud the magic weapon greatly outweighed the advantages. Most importantly, not every player could handle the pressure of having to start all over again. Guild leader, I'm not afraid of trouble. I only hope that I can do more for the guild. Even if I end up back in square one because of this item, I will have no regrets. At the very least, I would have contributed greatly towards the guild's current development. Violet Cloud looked at Shifeng, her eyes shining with conviction. Faced with Violet Cloud's gaze, Shifeng abruptly recalled how he had been back then, and burst out in sudden laughter. That's right. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a restart at worst. The worry that filled Shifeng's heart disappeared. He then handed the key to Violet Cloud. This key is still sealed. After returning to White River City, go look for someone who can unseal it. After it is unsealed, you will automatically receive the Tier 1 Hidden Class Change quest. Thank you, Guild Leader. I definitely won't let you down. Violet Cloud sincerely thanked Shifeng as she excitedly received the purple gold key. Chapter 334, Occupying the Ranking List. After Violet Cloud received the key, her heart could not help but pound in anticipation. She wished that she could quickly return to the city, undo the seal on this key, and become an important combat power for Zero Wing as soon as possible. Although the guilds in White River City currently appeared to be at peace on the surface, beneath that surface were surging undercurrents. Nobody knew what kind of plans these guilds were concocting. This was especially true for Dark Star and World Dominators. No matter how one looked at it, they were not guilds that would give up after suffering only 1 or 2 defeats. Yet, despite Zero Wing maintaining such a high profile, these 2 guilds had actually done nothing at all. How could their lack of a response not give rise to suspicions? Although Violet Cloud did not know what these 2 guilds were planning, she was sure of one thing: as long as Zero Wing became sufficiently strong, no matter what sort of tricks or means those 2 guilds used, all would be rendered useless. Star's Reminiscence. Violet Cloud softly muttered after checking the information of the key in her hands. Star's Reminiscence, magic weapon. A key belonging to the ancient and great Star Sage, Reigns. Inside this key remains a fragment of Star Sage Reigns' power. Currently, Reigns' power has been sealed by a mysterious power, and information about the key can only be unveiled after the seal has been undone. This seal requires a Tier 3 Great Mage to undo. After Shifeng had used omniscient eyes on this Star's Reminiscence, a portion of the information that had displayed as unknown became available. Star Sage Reigns was one of the many legendary characters of God's domain. Even among legendary characters, Star Sage Reigns was one of the more dazzling figures. The reason being, the Astromancer class had managed to become powerful and prosperous only due to the efforts of Star Sage Reigns. Unfortunately, along with the demise of Star Sage Reigns, the entire Astromancer class had slowly vanished through time. As of today, most people had already forgotten about the existence of Astromancers. Shifeng took a look at his surroundings, saying, now that the traps have been removed, we should return as well. With the magic array of the control room deactivated, what they needed to do next was to wipe out all the Blood Hand Association NPCs outside Creek Town, as well as all the NPCs inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. After that was done, the Crusade quest would be officially completed. While Shifeng's group of 4 was leaving the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, a major incident occurred at White River City. Originally, the members of Zero Wing had occupied only up to the 40th position on the White River City ranking list. However, after another 2 hours had passed, Zero Wing now occupied every rank up to the 20th position of the ranking list. Currently, Zero Wing was only 11 ranks away from obtaining full monopoly over the ranking list. At present, not a single guild in Starmoon Kingdom had managed to achieve the feat of completely monopolizing the ranking list of a single city. To be precise, nobody had even dared to think of achieving such a feat after all. There were plenty of experts in every city, there were bound to be a few leveling madmen. It was practically impossible for a single guild to surpass every other player in a city. Not to mention, White River City wasn't just a small city. On the contrary, it was the most important city in Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region. It was also the 5th largest city in Starmoon Kingdom. Needless to say, there were plenty of guilds and experts gathered here, making it very difficult to fully monopolize the city's ranking list. Yet, now, Zero Wing was actually about to accomplish such a feat. How could the players of White River City not grow excited about it? However, the players most excited over this situation were still the members of Zero Wing. At this moment, many members of Zero Wing started cheering loudly on the streets as they tracked the ranking list, showing their fervent support for Aqua Rose and the others. Of course, while some were rejoicing over Zero Wing's inevitable monopoly over the ranking list, others grew anxious at this situation. When Lone Tyrant saw that Zero Wing members were quickly catching up to him, he started using every means available to him to level up. Lone Tyrant sent for another 600 players from Dark Star to assist him in leveling up. He then split these 600 players into 30 teams of 20 players. These teams were then tasked with gathering and killing monsters around Lone Tyrant. As long as a team was about to kill the monsters they had herded, they would immediately invite Lone Tyrant into their teams before killing said monsters. That way Lone Tyrant could still receive a portion of the EXP without needing to personally land the killing blow. After the monsters were killed, Lone Tyrant would then leave the team and go on to join other teams. Including the several hundred players that were originally helping him, Lone Tyrant now had over 30 teams of players assisting him in leveling up. Lone Tyrant continued to leave and join teams this way, accumulating large amounts of EXP for himself. Naturally, the effect on his leveling speed was self-evident. However, such an extravagant way of leveling was only possible because Lone Tyrant was the guild leader of Dark Star. Other people could only look on in envy. Not even tycoons dared to level up in such a way. In truth, Lone Tyrant himself was reluctant to waste so much manpower. However, he simply had no other choice. Despite sending out a horde of people to search for Zero Wing's whereabouts, no one returned with positive results. Lone Tyrant could not stop Zero Wing's progress even if he wanted to. No matter how hard Lone Tyrant racked his brain, he simply could not figure out how the members of Zero Wing were leveling up so quickly. Even when he was using such an extravagant way of leveling, his leveling speed was still far inferior to theirs. It would be fine if this situation was only limited to 1 or 2 individuals in Zero Wing. However, such a large group of players was actually leveling up so quickly. Just what kind of method were they using to accomplish such a feat? If Zero Wing were to really kick him out of the ranking list, then he, as the guild leader of Dark Star and also someone who was famed for his high level, would really become the laughingstock of White River City. Hence, Lone Tyrant had no choice but to carry out such an unwise move. However, with the passage of time, Lone Tyrant grew increasingly frightened. Everyone in White River City was greatly surprised as well. The reason being, not only did Zero Wing's leveling speed not slow down, it somehow was even accelerating. The rankings changed practically every few minutes. The positions Zero Wing occupied rapidly went from the 20th to the 15th, before increasing to 12th, and finally stopping at 10th. Now, Lone Tyrant was the only player on the ranking list who was not part of Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant became even more frantic at this sight. Lure more monsters. The more the better. Everyone else, give me all the magic scrolls you have. Lone Tyrant's eyes were glowing red at this moment. He looked just like a gambler who had lost all his bets and was planning to stake everything on one final throw. Black Flame, you're 100 years too early if you think you can kick me out of the ranking list. Shortly after, Lone Tyrant started hysterically using all sorts of AoE attack magic scrolls, killing the hundreds of monsters his subordinates had lured over. Each and every one of these AoE attack magic scrolls were very precious, and they were normally treated as the guild's strategic material. At this moment, however, Lone Tyrant treated these magic scrolls as if they were toys, using them with wild abandon. Lone Tyrant's experience bar also soared within a short period of time. However, compared to the rise in experience, Lone Tyrant's behavior was simply throwing good money after bad. Everyone from Dark Star felt their hearts ache at this sight. They had managed to obtain these magic scrolls only after going through many difficulties. Now, however, all their efforts had gone to waste in order to allow Lone Tyrant to quickly level up. Despite their heartache, the members of Dark Star could do nothing about the situation. After all, the person holding the position of guild leader was not them but Lone Tyrant. Many people started regretting their decision to join Dark Star instead of Zero Wing. With such a selfish guild leader, would Dark Star even possess a future? In contrast, Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had not hesitated to charge to the rescue in order to save his brothers and sisters in arms from being bullied. Back when the core members of Zero Wing had been surrounded inside the Silverleaf Forest, Black Flame had ventured into enemy territory all by himself. Moreover, after the war, he had even spent huge sums of money in order to compensate his own guild members. From Black Flame's actions, one could tell that he was a person who would rather bear the suffering himself than to let his brothers and sisters be wronged. If they could have such a guild leader, so what if they had to suffer? However, just as Lone Tyrant was hysterically using magic scrolls, Zero Wing's 100-man team were also in the midst of killing the remaining level 50 Tier 1 Blood Hand Association elites. In order to deal with these level 50 NPCs, Blackie used Stars of Light, while Shurfeng used Firestorm. Shurfeng's normal guards also used all their AoE skills. The scene of the battle was like Armageddon. Even the level 50 Tier 1 NPCs could not endure this relentless bombardment. Soon after, these Blood Hand Association elites started dying one after another. Simultaneously, the experience bars of everyone from Zero Wing soared like a rocket. The reason for such rapid leveling was simple. First of all, Tier 1 NPCs gave much more EXP than ordinary NPCs when killed. Second, most of the members of Zero Wing were only level 20, while the rest were only a few levels higher, so the bonus EXP they could obtain from killing a level 50 NPC was munificent. When both of these factors were combined, the levels of Zero Wing's 100-man team naturally increased by leaps and bounds. After several tens of Blood Hand Association elites died, everyone from Zero Wing had risen to level 21 or above, instantly monopolizing all 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. At this moment, every player in White River City fell silent. Zero Wing had done it. Zero Wing had actually fully occupied the top 100 spots of the White River City ranking list. The sight stunned Lone Tyrant. He even forgot to use the magic scroll in his hands. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 335, Experts Gathering at White River City. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 10 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 100 gold coins, 5,000 guild popularity, and 1,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 30 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding 200 gold coins, 10,000 guild popularity, and 3,000 guild reputation. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild to exclusively monopolize the top 100 of a city's ranking list. Rewarding Honored Guild title, 500 gold coins, 30,000 guild popularity, and 7,000 guild reputation. Originally, Zero Wing's attempt at monopolizing the ranking list was a matter limited to only White River City. Hence, aside from the players based in White River City, nobody else in Star Moon Kingdom paid any particular attention to this incident. However, the appearance of these three system notifications dumbfounded every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Players who were currently inside a dungeon were no exception. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they saw these system notifications. Just the amount of gold coins rewarded was enough to cause the large guilds of many cities to feel envy and hatred. From the three rewards, Zero Wing had obtained a total of 800 gold coins. At this stage of the game, a large guild would have only around a dozen gold coins in fluid funds. After all, it was not easy to earn in-game currency in God's domain. Although players were reaching higher levels with each passing day and they were making more money than before, their daily expenditures had also increased inadvertently. Simply put, there were too many aspects where one was required to spend money in God's domain. For example, repairing equipment. For example, learning skills. For example, purchasing potions, whetstones, and other necessities for adventuring. Most importantly, hotels and daily meals. Originally, before the first evolution of God's domain, players had no need to rest at a hotel. They also had no need to have meals. However, after God's domain evolved, if players did not rest for long periods of time, their mental state would start to deteriorate. If players did not consume food for long periods of time, although no changes would occur to their character's attributes, their body's physical state would be affected. This, in turn, would reduce a player's efficiency when grinding monsters and leveling. Because of these aspects, players rarely had a lot of money sitting in their pockets. In fact, they had even less money than before the first evolution of God's domain. However, it was also due to this reason that many inconspicuous lifestyle classes had started receiving attention from players and begun to develop rapidly. After all, mainstream lifestyle classes weren't the only lifestyle classes that could make a lot of money. Even non-mainstream lifestyle classes could achieve similar results. As for guilds, they could barely make ends meet. If the various large guilds did not possess big money farming teams of their own, their development would have long since stagnated. To any guild in Star Moon Kingdom, 800 gold was an astronomical sum of money. If others had thought that Zero Wing was a considerably good guild in Star Moon Kingdom before, then from now on, Zero Wing would be very well known as an excellent guild in Star Moon Kingdom. At this moment, posts relating to Zero Wing were flooding the official forums for Star Moon Kingdom, and none of them was not astounded by Zero Wing's achievement. It's Zero Wing again. First, it was the guild residents. Now, they've fully occupied the White River City ranking list. That's a feat that not even first-rate guilds have managed to accomplish. Yet, a recently established guild like Zero Wing actually did it. At this rate, won't Zero Wing become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom? Why can't Zero Wing start recruitment in our city? If they start recruiting, I'll definitely be the first one to sign up. I hear that Zero Wing is about to start another recruitment session again. I think I'll just migrate to White River City. Although I'll have to spend some money, if I can join such a good guild, so what if I have to spend some money? Indeed. I hear that the benefits offered by Zero Wing are excellent. Members even have the opportunity to rent out the private rooms inside the guild residence and accumulate double EXP buff. If I can join Zero Wing, even spending 20 silver coins would be worth it. Many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started entertaining thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Previously, many players had lamented the fact that Zero Wing only recruited members in White River City, and not in other cities. However, as Zero Wing grew increasingly dazzling, the number of players wanting to join the guild would definitely increase as well. If players did not take this chance to join now, the competition in the future might become even more intense. At that time, they might not be able to join Zero Wing even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they joined Zero Wing ahead of time, they could also accumulate guild contribution points quicker and enjoy the various benefits of the guild earlier. Big Brother's Shadow Sword, we don't have enough funds for a single person's teleportation fee even if we add both of our assets together. Why don't we skip Zero Wing's recruitment this time and wait for the next one? A tall and slender female guardian knight suggested. The woman was geared in an assortment of common and bronze-ranked equipment. With big, bright eyes, she looked at the stalwart-looking berserker in front of her, adding, "There are also a few first-rate and second-rate guilds recruiting in Greenstone City right now. With our strength, we should have no problems joining those guilds. So, why bother spending so much money to go to White River City? Turtledove, you don't understand. I'm not rushing to join Zero Wing because of their fame. Instead, I plan to join them in order to improve my strength. All these years, I have been stuck at a bottleneck and never managed to break through. When I watched Black Flame's and Yifeng's battle videos, I learned a lot from them. However, the things one can learn from watching a video will always be limited. If I wish to further improve myself, I need to go and personally experience such battles. Meanwhile, joining Zero Wing would be the fastest way to do so," the berserker named Shadow Sword explained as he shook his head. "If we lack money, then I'll just use all the credits I've previously saved up to buy some silver coins. We should have enough by then." "Big Brother Shadow Sword, you can't. You saved that money in order to join the city fighting competition," the female guardian knight named Turtledove argued anxiously. Shadow Sword waved his hand, softly saying, "You don't need to worry about this. If I can't raise my current strength, I would only become a joke by joining the fighting competition." "I understand," Turtledove nodded helplessly. At the same time, many players throughout Star Moon Kingdom started planning a trip to White River City. Every one of these players had reached a certain standard. After all, the teleportation fees required to go to White River City were not cheap. Being able to gather so much money was also proof of one's own abilities. While everyone in Star Moon Kingdom were discussing Zero Wing. Creek Town, Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Under Shifeng's lead, Zero Wing's 100-man team and the 48 level 50 tier 1 guards had cleared out all the Blood Hand Association knights inside the stronghold and arrived before the doors leading to the hidden warehouse. The doors to the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse were made of extremely tough steel. The pair of thick doors was not something that could be pushed apart by only a handful of players. The result would be the same even if Shifeng, someone who possessed staggering amounts of strength, was included. "Let's open it together." Following Shifeng's command, everyone started pushing against this pair of large doors. After combining the strength of all the players and level 50 tier 1 guards, the team only barely managed to push apart the large doors. Moreover, the speed at which the doors were opened was extremely slow. After spending over a dozen minutes pushing, the team finally succeeded in pushing these large doors apart completely. Simultaneously, the space inside the hidden warehouse also appeared before everyone. The space inside the hidden warehouse was extremely large and commodious, just like a gymnasium. Tens of metal pillars lined the walls of the building. At this moment, however, nobody paid attention to the appearance of the hidden warehouse. Instead, all eyes were focused at the center of the open space. That area had a small mountain of treasures piled up there. With a single glance, one could immediately discover many treasure chests sitting in the mountain of gold. Just the treasure chests that could be seen on the surface already numbered in the tens. Moreover, a majority of these treasure chests were of mysterious iron rank. There were even some secret silver treasure chests. "Guild leader, we're rich." Blackie drooled as he looked at all those treasure chests, as well as the gold coins and various other items scattered around the hidden warehouse. "Is this the reward for completing the Crusade quest?" Although Aqua Rose was a wealthy princess herself, she was still shocked at the sight of the mountain of treasures before her. Only now did she truly understand why Shifeng had said the Crusade Quest's deposit of 30 gold coins was a very cheap price to pay. Compared to the mountain of gold before her, 30 gold coins was not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Snow Goose's eyes were practically shining. She could not help but wish she could immediately charge up and dive into this mountain of gold. However, Snow Goose did not rush forward. As the location the Blood Hand Association used to store its treasures, this hidden warehouse would naturally have guards. A total of 8 mechanical watchers and 1 mechanical slayer was standing at the periphery of the mountain of treasure. Moreover, there was also a magic barrier layered over the mountain of treasure. Unless one removed this magic barrier, nobody could even think of getting the treasure. It seems we can only obtain the treasure after defeating these mechanical guards. Shifeng's gaze slowly shifted towards the 9 gigantic mechanical guards. Chapter 336, Mutant. The hidden warehouse was the most important location of the Blood Hand Association. After all, the warehouse stored all of the treasures the Blood Hand Association had collected over the many years. Naturally, the security of this hidden warehouse would also be the most intense. The NPCs outside of this hidden warehouse would, at most, comprise 40% of the Blood Hand Association's combat power. Meanwhile, the remaining 60% would be the 9 giant mechanical guards guarding inside the hidden warehouse. The combat power of these 9 mechanical guards alone surpassed that of thousands of NPCs. One could just imagine how powerful these robots were. Mechanical Watcher, Lord Rank. Level 30. HP 1, 500, 000/1, 500, 000. Mechanical Slayer, High Lord Rank. Level 50. HP 9, 000/9, 000/000. Everyone felt their hearts grow cold when they saw the shining pitch-black bodies of the mechanical watchers. In team dungeons, Lord-ranked monsters were all categorized as bosses. As field bosses, although these mechanical watchers had less HP than team dungeon bosses of the same level, their attack power and defense was far superior. Field bosses were much stronger than dungeon bosses of the same level, and a dozen players were no match for them. As for the High Lord-ranked Mechanical Slayer, a boss of such rank would only appear in 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons or 50-man Hard Mode team dungeons. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer before them was a level 50 High Lord-ranked boss. It was simply impossible for a group of level 20 players to kill it. The level suppression alone would render the players utterly helpless. To put it simply, even if the Mechanical Slayer stood still without taking action, Shifeng's 100-man team still could not kill it. I'm afraid that our combat power might be a little lacking. Aqua Rose concluded helplessly after observing the 9 mechanical guards. They would need around 50 level 30 players to deal with a single mechanical watcher. In other words, they would need around 400 players to deal with the 8 mechanical watchers before them. Moreover, all 400 players needed to be level 30. As for the Mechanical Slayer, under normal circumstances, they would need at least 300 level 50 tier 1 players to raid it. Their current lineup had no hope against such a monster. Moreover, these 9 mechanical guards would definitely work together to repel intruders. At that time, Shifeng's team would not even amount to dust in the face of these guards. Shifeng examined his surroundings. There were many iron pillars situated around the hidden warehouse. Moreover, they were incredibly dense and almost indestructible. Meanwhile, mechanical-type monsters all shared a single weakness. Although mechanical-type monsters possessed extremely high magic resistance, defense, and attack power, these monsters usually had very slow movement speeds. Their attack speeds were also very slow. Moreover, the 9 mechanical guards were large, so they could not maneuver between the large iron pillars easily. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shifeng's mind. Fire Dance, take these intermediate frost grenades. At the start of the raid, I want each of you to lure one of these mechanical watchers away. As for the Mechanical Slayer, leave it to me. Everyone else, attack the mechanical watchers with the NPC guards. Remember, don't let any of these monsters close in on you. Also, remember to dodge these mechanical monsters' skills. Although they move slowly, the skills they possess will make up for their speed. As he instructed his team, Shifeng took out a bunch of intermediate frost grenades and passed them to Fire Dance and 7 other Zero-Wing members with the highest movement speeds. By now, everyone was fully aware of how powerful the frost grenades were. It was especially true when they were used in a team battle. After the war between world dominators, Shifeng had sent Aqua Rose to Blackwing City to buy more of them. However, they had not purchased many intermediate frost grenades. Intermediate frost grenades could deal 800 frost damage to targets that were level 70 or below, freezing them for 5 seconds and reducing their movement speeds by 60% for 12 seconds. However, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. They certainly weren't cheap. Aqua Rose had only purchased 200 intermediate frost grenades. Even so, the total had reached 20 gold coins. The price concerned and distressed her. However, she knew just how powerful these items were. So, even if they were more expensive, they still needed to buy some as a reserve. At this moment, Shifeng couldn't care less about the expense of the intermediate frost grenades. After all, relying on the movement speed reduction and control skills of the NPC guards would not be enough to pin down these mechanical monsters. Following which, Shifeng assigned everyone on the team their tasks. Their main goal was to circumnavigate around the iron pillars and take the chance to kill these slow mechanical monsters, though the main damage dealers would be Shifeng's guards. Begin. The moment Shifeng commanded, everyone took action. To start things off, Fire Dance and the others lured the 8 mechanical watchers away. Shifeng then charged towards the mechanical slayer. When he was only 40 yards away, he threw the blazing meteor at the High Lord-ranked monster. A streak of flame instantly struck the mechanical slayer's forehead. Dang! -2. Shifeng smiled bitterly when he saw the damage that appeared above the mechanical slayer's head. What was a futile action? This was. Faced with the mechanical slayer's 9 million HP, -2 points of damage wasn't even a mosquito bite. When in battle, the mechanical slayer recovered 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the mechanical slayer could recover 90,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Shifeng had already achieved his goal. The mechanical slayer's gloomy eyes suddenly illuminated and flashed red. Immediately, it retrieved the serrated greatsword from its back and slowly advanced towards Shifeng. Although the mechanical slayer's pace seemed slow, due to its gigantic body, each step covered more than a dozen yards. It was not one bit slower than ordinary players. When approaching Shifeng, the mechanical slayer revealed a human-like sneer. Shifeng felt slightly astonished as he had not expected a mechanical-type monster to possess such high intelligence. In the past, he had never encountered a monster like this. Normally, only high-level NPCs would display such behavior. Come, follow me. Let's see if you can get rid of me. Shifeng revealed a calm smile. He then tossed the blazing meteor at the mechanical slayer once more. He activated Windwalk and ran towards a corner of the hidden warehouse, luring the mechanical slayer away from the mechanical watchers. After activating Windwalk, Shifeng's movement speed reached frightening heights. Moreover, Shifeng had also used the aura of wind from the 7 luminaries ring, increasing his movement speed by an additional 20%. However, even with both effects stacked, the mechanical slayer was still faster than Shifeng. The distance that took Shifeng several steps to cross only took the mechanical slayer a single step. When the distance between them shortened to 20 yards, the mechanical slayer abruptly swung its greatsword at Shifeng, wielding it single-handedly. Clearly, there was still a distance of 20 yards between the mechanical slayer and Shifeng. Although the mechanical slayer's serrated greatsword was very large and long, it could not hit Shifeng. Yet, the mechanical slayer still chose to swing its greatsword. When the serrated greatsword descended, it created a loud boom. Even the air surrounding the greatsword compressed and became extremely heavy. Suddenly, tens of air blades shot towards Shifeng. The blades resembled a wall of air pressing down on Shifeng. The gaps between air blades simply did not allow Shifeng any space to evade. Moreover, they covered a frightening range. Shifeng could not dodge them even if he wanted to. Yet, if Shifeng took the attack head-on, the blades would end his life. Defensive blade would not change the outcome. At most, the skill could help Shifeng block 9 air blades. It's using a skill already. As expected, a High Lord won't give players any chances. It would be simply impossible for an ordinary player to escape alive. Shifeng was utterly astonished. He had not expected the Mechanical Slayer to use such a powerful skill so soon. However, it would be wishful thinking on the Mechanical Slayer's part if it thought it could kill Shifeng so easily. In the next moment, Shifeng suddenly flew. In the nick of time, Shifeng flew out of the range of the air blades, leaving behind afterimages as he charged towards the closest iron pillar. This was none other than the effect of Wind Rider, the activatable skill of the Aura of Wind. Wind Rider enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 100% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. The Mechanical Slayer bellowed angrily. It actually failed to kill an ant like Shifeng with a single attack. This was simply humiliating. Immediately after, the Mechanical Slayer no longer wielded its serrated greatsword single-handedly. Instead, it swung the greatsword with both hands now. Boom! The serrated greatsword plunged into the sturdy ground. Suddenly, the entire warehouse started trembling. With the Mechanical Slayer as the epicenter, the ground began to crack. Covering a radius of around 70 yards, streams of air blasted up from the ground, decimating everything in their path. The attack caught one unfortunate level 50 Tier 1 guard, killing him instantly. The skill's power dumbfounded everyone. It was simply unbelievable. The level 50 Tier 1 guard had over 100,000 HP. Yet, he was gone in an instant. This was not Shifeng's first time meeting a High Lord. However, Shifeng could say for sure that a High Lord was definitely not capable of instant killing a Tier 1 NPC of the same level. At this moment, several thousand level 50 Tier 1 players would not be enough to kill the Mechanical Slayer. Fortunately, Shifeng had Wind Rider activated, so he barely managed to escape the Mechanical Slayer's skill. At this moment, when Shifeng looked at the Mechanical Slayer again, Shifeng was shocked to discover a cruel smile on its face. Seeing this, Shifeng thought of an unlikely possibility. Suddenly, Shifeng's body shivered as it was overcome with a terrifying chill. This is not good, it's a mutant. Everyone, leave the warehouse immediately. Run as far as you can. Shifeng shouted. At this moment, various emotions passed through Shifeng's heart. Originally, Shifeng had everything under his control. However, he never would have expected that such a thing would occur. To begin with, it was simply impossible for this kind of thing to exist at this stage of the game. Yet, it had actually happened. Although Shifeng's command confused his guildmates, they carried it out without hesitation. Following Shifeng's command, everyone ran from the hidden warehouse. At the same time, Shifeng also tasked his normal guards to stay behind and pin down the Mechanical Slayer, allowing everyone the chance to escape. In the face of the Mechanical Slayer, however, the level 50 Tier 1 guards, which had been insurmountable existences to players, could not last a single hit. Guild leader, what is going on? Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes right now. The level 50 Tier 1 guards were actually dying with a single hit. A single hit. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person present who had questions. Everyone in the team was dazed and confused. Such a powerful monster no longer belonged to the category of a High Lord. However, at this moment, nobody had the time to ask their questions. Over a dozen guards sent to hold back the Mechanical Slayer had already fallen. Moreover, from beginning to end, only a few short seconds had passed. Don't ask. Just run. Run as far as you can. Absolutely do not turn back. Shifeng shouted as he tossed an intermediate frost grenade. Currently, Wind Rider was still in effect. So, Shifeng took advantage of his speed to delay the mechanical slayer as much as he could. Originally, an intermediate frost grenade could deal 800 frost damage to monsters level 70 or below and freeze them for 5 seconds. However, when used on the mechanical slayer, the intermediate frost grenade had only dealt -100 damage. The freezing effect only lasted for 1 second. Although it was only 1 second, it was effective enough for Shifeng. Fortunately, the cooldown between uses for the frost grenades was also 1 second, allowing Shifeng to freeze the mechanical slayer perpetually. Shifeng tossed one frost grenade after another, delaying the mechanical slayer for over 20 seconds. At this time, his team had finally left the hidden warehouse. Guild leader, we've left the warehouse, Fire Dance said in the team chat. No. I told you to run as far as you can. Leave Creek Town immediately. Shifeng said. Presently, nobody but Shifeng knew what the appearance of a mutant signified. However, Shifeng did not have the time to explain at the moment. If they did not run fast or far enough, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 337, Unfathomably Deep. Listening to Shifeng's anxious tone, everyone from Zero Wing knew that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Since Shifeng had issued his command, none of them would tarry. One after another, they quickly ran for the entrance of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. The mechanical slayer's strength was simply too terrifying. Not only did it possess region-scale destruction skills, but it could also kill level 50 Tier 1 NPCs with a single hit. If it had only been a region-scale destruction skill, they could have dealt with it. The key thing was that even the mechanical slayer's basic attacks could instantly kill an NPC guard with over 100,000 HP. At this stage of the game, players had no hope of defeating the mechanical slayer. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance could not help but tighten her fists, reluctance filling her heart. Yeah, Shifeng gave a simple reply. At the moment, he could not relax as he had before. His current enemies were not limited to just the mechanical slayer. They also included the 8 other mechanical watchers. Previously, these mechanical watches had run out of the hidden warehouse in pursuit of the other members of Zero Wing. However, after everyone escaped from the hidden warehouse, these mechanical watchers rushed back to deal with Shifeng. It was extremely challenging for Shifeng to slow the mechanical slayer's movements while simultaneously dodging the attacks of the 8 mechanical watchers. When all was said and done, Shifeng was only a level 24 Tier 0 swordsman. Only by activating all the life-saving skills he possessed could he barely avoid death. However, he was about to run out of gas. Damn you fools. I'm clearly helping you right now, yet you idiots are trying to kill me. Since you all wish for death so badly, I'll grant you your wish. Shifeng looked at the 8 mechanical watchers that only focused their attacks on him in anger. Then, instead of throwing the intermediate frost grenade in his hand at the mechanical slayer, Shifeng aimed it at the mechanical watchers charging at him. Have fun with each other. Damn you bastards. After freezing the 8 mechanical watchers, Shifeng retrieved a speed scroll from his bag and used it. His movement speed soared once more. He then charged directly towards the hidden warehouse's entrance. You will all die. The mechanical slayer let out a mechanical roar after escaping its icy imprisonment. The entire warehouse trembled at its mighty roar. Instantly, the mechanical slayer strode forward and charged at the escaping swordsman. While moving forward, however, the mechanical slayer found itself blocked by the 8 frozen mechanical watchers. Without a shred of hesitation, the slayer swung its great sword at one of its supposed allies. The strike sent one of the heavy, over 6 feet tall watchers flying. Making 8 quick successive swings, the mechanical slayer sent all 8 mechanical watchers into the warehouse's walls. Such horrifying damage, it is as expected of a mutant. At this moment, Shifeng finally managed to glimpse of the mechanical slayer's real damage. A basic swing from its greatsword devoured more than 300,000 HP from each of the mechanical watchers. In other words, the mechanical slayer could easily kill a level 30 Lord-ranked mechanical watcher with only 5 basic attacks. With such strength, the mechanical slayer could effortlessly massacre a starter town. It seems that fleeing to a town is out of the question. Shifeng frowned as he gauged the mechanical slayer's combat power. Mutants were a special existence in God's domain. They were not bound by the logic of the game. Normally, mutants were born from mutated monsters. However, a mutant spawn rate was as low as that of obtaining a lucky stone in God's domain. The system's laws had no effect on these mutants, and they were completely independent creatures. They could wander about to any region, and they would attack and destroy any living being they come across. In Shifeng's previous life, every time a mutant appeared in God's domain, a disaster would follow. Mutants were like the various natural disasters in the real world, and they were not something that a single player could deal with. Mutants possessed an intellect several times higher than normal monsters, and they were practically on the same level as a high-level NPC. In addition, when a monster mutated, their combat power would increase by several folds. Shifeng had met with a mutant in the past. The mutant had originally been a level 80 common monster. However, after it mutated, it had instant killed the level 75 Tier 2 player who had been its opponent at the time. If a level 75 Tier 2 player possessed incredible techniques, soloing a level 80 Lord-ranked monster was only a matter of time. Naturally, if such a player wished to escape, they would have no problems doing so. Yet, faced with a level 80 common monster, the level 75 Tier 2 player had no chance to flee. Of course, one of the reasons for that player's demise was negligence. However, the fact that a level 80 common monster was capable of instant killing a level 75 Tier 2 player clearly displayed how much more powerful it became after becoming a mutant. Following which, that mutated common monster had become the nightmare of players. By the time everyone was aware of the mutant's existence, over 10,000 players had died at its hands. More importantly, the mutant monster grew stronger the more it killed. This incident had attracted the attention of many large guilds. Based on everyone's knowledge, the more powerful a monster was, the better was the quality of the items it dropped. This was an iron law of God's domain, and even mutants should have been no exception to this law. Since this mutated monster was so powerful, being even stronger than a high lord of the same level, its loot would be magnificent. Hence, the various guilds at the time had sent their own armies to hunt this mutant. At that time, over 100,000 players had been dispatched, and all of them were above level 70. There were even Tier 2 professional experts among them. The battle between the mutant and the player army had shaken the heaven and earth. A starter town had even been decimated as a result of that war. Although the player army had successfully killed the mutant in the end, the losses they suffered were tremendous. Out of the 100,000 players sent out, less than 3,000 survived. Meanwhile, the mutant before Shifeng right now had mutated from a High Lord monster. Currently, the mechanical slayer was just a newborn, its strength was at its weakest right now. Shifeng did not dare imagine how powerful it would become once it matured. In the past, a level 80 common mutant had grown to be able to wipe out over 90,000 players from a 100,000 strong army. Moreover, some of those players had been Tier 2 experts, and everyone's levels at that time were not much different than the mutants. Meanwhile, although the mechanical slayer before Shifeng was only level 50, not a single player had reached level 40 yet. To put it simply, the mechanical slayer was invincible against players. During the time Shifeng took to escape the hidden warehouse, the mechanical slayer had taken care of all 8 mechanical watchers. Finished with the nuisances, the mechanical slayer renewed its charge at Shifeng. So fast. Shifeng hurriedly threw a frost grenade at it. This time, however, the mechanical slayer had not fallen for the same trick. With nimble steps, it easily avoided the intermediate frost grenade Shifeng had thrown. Damn! It's those mechanical watchers' fault. Shifeng's anger grew. In the beginning, when the mechanical slayer had just awoken, its intellect had still been considerably low. Hence, it failed to dodge the first frost grenade. Moreover, as long as Shifeng's stock of intermediate frost grenades did not run out, he could freeze the mechanical slayer for an indefinite amount of time. Now, however, this strategy was no longer viable. Almost immediately, the mechanical slayer caught up to Shifeng, its serrated greatsword coursing its way towards him. Currently, the hallway Shifeng was in only had one path. There was nowhere to dodge, and death was all but inevitable. Shifeng had no choice but to bet everything he had, pointing the abyssal blade at the mechanical slayer. Abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding the mechanical slayer. Ayo! The mechanical slayer struggled madly, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered one of the chains. Soon, the second and third chain broke apart as well. At this moment, the chains of abyssal bind that had never failed Shifeng until now seemed as fragile as strips of paper. Chapter 338, Hunted. After easily snapping the chains that bound it, the mechanical slayer swung down its serrated greatsword. Unlike the downward slash it had used at the very beginning of the raid, this swing had sliced apart the air, the greatsword meeting no resistance whatsoever. The air blades that the slash produced had also become much finer, sharper, and quicker. Its improvement rate is too fast. Shifeng had not imagined that the abyssal bind, which could restrain even the high lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, would not affect the mechanical slayer. However, the mechanical slayer's improvement was far more frightening. It seems that I can only fool around here. Shifeng watched the air blades that filled the hall. There was simply nowhere to take cover. He had also used up all of his life-saving skills to deal with the 8 mechanical watchers. However, even if he had his life-saving skills, he still couldn't defend against the mechanical slayer's attack. Not delaying any further, Shifeng switched out the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of space. Suddenly, a spatial crack formed in front of Shifeng. Through this crack, one could see a completely different view from that of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. In the blink of an eye, the spatial crack widened large enough to allow a single person to pass through. Shifeng jumped through the spatial crack without hesitation. Soon after, the air blades entered the spatial crack as well, following their target. However, the moment these blades of air entered the spatial crack, they immediately disappeared without a trace like a rock sinking into a bottomless ocean. This spatial crack was formed by none other than the aura of space's activatable skill, space movement. Although the skill was not as convenient as an elementalist's instantaneous movement, the distance one could cross using space movement far surpassed that of instantaneous movement. Mutants were different from other monsters. If a monster or NPC killed a player, they would only suffer the standard system penalty. However, if a mutant killed a player, not only would the penalty for death double, but players would also need to wait 1 natural day before they could revive in the game. Healers' resurrection skills would also not work on players mutants had killed. Hence, players were required to wait 1 natural day before they could resume playing God's Domain. Moreover, after reviving, players would enter a weakened state, having all their attributes reduced by 30% and EXP received by 50% for 2 natural days. In God's Domain, time was money. A guild would suffer tremendous losses if its members became useless for 3 days. Even first-rate guilds could not afford to suffer such a loss. When the mechanical slayer saw Shifeng disappear into the spatial crack, a hint of suspicion appeared on its icy face. The mechanical slayer had only recently gained its own consciousness, and there were simply too many things in this world that it did not know. Shifeng was but an ant in its eyes, something that it could easily crush. However, not only had this ant damaged it, freezing it for a long time, but this ant also managed to escape right before its eyes. Moreover, the method this ant used to escape was something it had never encountered before. Damned ant, do you think you can escape me? The mechanical slayer laughed coldly, almost human-like. No matter how far you run, you won't escape my grasp. Following which, the mechanical slayer swung its greatsword upwards, piercing a large hole through the ceiling and creating a path out of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Focusing its strength in its legs, the mechanical slayer jumped out of the stronghold. So, this is how flying works, the mechanical slayer chuckled as it hovered in midair. If Shifeng could hear the mechanical slayer's words or witness the flying ability it displayed, cold sweat would drench his back. Not only did the intelligence of this mechanical slayer undergo a tremendous transformation, but its learning capability also reached frightening levels. The mechanical slayer had only seen Shifeng use Wind Rider once, yet, it actually learned the skill so quickly. I see that you've managed to run quite far away. Hovering above the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, the mechanical slayer's lips curled up with a trace of playfulness as it looked towards the northwest. Immediately, it flew in that direction, hunting its prey. At this moment, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else from Zero Wing had just left the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, confusion still occupying their minds. Before anyone could react, the roof of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold suddenly collapsed, creating a hole that led towards the stronghold's underground space. In the next moment, the mechanical slayer appeared from the hole and hovered above the stronghold. Soon after, the mechanical slayer transformed into a streak of light and departed from Creek Town. After a period of silence, Snow Goose rubbed her eyes, asking uncertainly, "Big Sis Aqua, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That thing that flew away just now was the mechanical slayer, right?" Yes. Aqua Rose nodded her head blankly. The mechanical slayer looked like a flying fortress as it soared through the sky. Not only had it possessed frightening, destructive force, but it also possessed speed that completely surpassed players. Faced with an enemy like this, any player would be left speechless, let alone those who had personally witnessed the power of this creature. Although the mechanical slayer had already departed from Creek Town, fear lingered in everyone's hearts. Was it really possible for players to contend with such a monster? This question echoed in everyone's minds. Crap. Since the mechanical slayer has left, doesn't that mean that guild leader died inside the hidden warehouse? Fire Dance suddenly realized, her expression undergoing an abrupt change. Filled with worry, Fire Dance immediately activated Wind Steps and rushed back into the stronghold, charging towards the collapsed warehouse. In God's domain, there were only two possibilities for a monster to leave battle. The first was when players had run beyond the monster's range predetermined by the system. The other scenario was when the monster successfully killed its target. Now that the mechanical slayer had departed from Creek Town, it was obvious that the second scenario had occurred. "I'll go with you." Violet Cloud also reacted quickly and chased after Fire Dance. Following which, everyone finally understood the situation. Shame overcame them as they followed the two girls. They were the elite members of Zero Wing, yet, they had allowed their guild leader to sacrifice himself to protect them. What kind of elite members were they? However, as everyone arrived before the hidden warehouse, they were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Unbelievably, the corpses of the 8 mechanical watchers were embedded into the steel walls of the hidden warehouse. In addition, items littered the floor around the dead watchers. However, to everyone's surprise, Shifeng's body was nowhere to be found. Just what was going on here? They were left with even more questions, now. Fire Dance immediately checked the team member list, discovering that Shifeng's name was still illuminated. The fact that Shifeng's name had not turned gray showed that Shifeng was still alive. Just what is happening? Fire Dance sighed in relief. Though she was visibly more at ease now, the questions plaguing her had only increased. Just as everyone was at a loss, Shifeng suddenly spoke through the team chat, asking, "What's the situation in Creek Town? Is the mechanical slayer still there? Guild leader, where did you run off to? We thought that the slayer had done away with you." Snow Goose giggled. She then added, "Big Sis Fire Dance even went into a flurry and wanted to take revenge. We couldn't stop her, even working together." Hearing these words, Fire Dance shot Snow Goose a glare, a faint blush appearing on her delicate white cheeks. Snow Goose stuck her little tongue out playfully at Fire Dance. She then hid behind Aqua Rose, only revealing her head to glance at Fire Dance with her hands on her hips. Snow Goose, stop being naughty. We need to get down to business. Aqua Rose flicked a finger at Snow Goose's forehead, pretending to be angry. Big sis Aqua, I was wrong. However, you shouldn't always flick my forehead. I'll get brain damage at this rate. Snow Goose clutched her forehead, her eyes tearing. Completely ignoring Snow Goose's spoiled act, Aqua Rose spoke through the team chat. Guild leader, the Blood Hand Association's stronghold has been destroyed. Moreover, the mechanical slayer departed from Creek Town and flew towards the northwest. As I expected, it's still chasing after me. Shifeng pondered. He then smiled, saying, I guess it's good that it is coming after me. Since the mechanical slayer is no longer in Creek Town, I'll leave collecting the treasures inside the warehouse to you. Do not let others take advantage of us. To undo the magic barrier protecting the treasures, they needed to get rid of the 8 mechanical watchers and the mechanical slayer. Now that all 8 mechanical watchers were dead, only the mechanical slayer remained. As long as the mechanical slayer died, the magic barrier would vanish. Meanwhile, now that the Blood Hand Association's stronghold had been destroyed, the treasures had also been revealed. Sooner or later, the red names that had just revived or escaped previously would discover the treasure. As long as the magic barrier vanished, those bandits would not sit quietly and watch as their team looted the stronghold. They would take the opportunity to snatch some for themselves. Guild leader, please rest assured. How could anything belonging to our Zero Wing be that easy to steal? Aqua Rose said, a chilling glow flashing in her eyes. Following which, Shifeng began to flee once more. Space movement had a maximum range of 300,000 yards, which was only around 1 or 2 leveling zones. However, Creek Town was located at the borders of the White River City region. There were no other towns in its vicinity. Even if there were, though, the forces there would not be enough to stop the mechanical slayer. Right now, White River City was the only location that could fend off the mechanical slayer. Thus, Shifeng used space movement to arrive at the closest teleportation point, teleporting to White River City. After arriving at White River City, before Shifeng even stepped out of the teleportation magic array, he discovered a commotion going on at the entrance of the teleportation hall. At this moment, there were many guild players surrounding the entrance of the teleportation hall, and every one of them acted overbearingly. Chapter 339, Making an Enemy Out of Everyone. What's going on in White River City? Shifeng thought as he looked at the overbearing crowd blockading the entrance of the teleportation hall. Do they recognize me somehow? However, Shifeng quickly rejected this idea, realizing that he should not be this crowd's target. In order to avoid attracting attention, Shifeng donned the black cloak before he teleported to White River City, hiding both his appearance and ID. Moreover, he had not told anyone of his whereabouts, so why would anyone expect him? Furthermore, this was the teleportation hall of White River City. What reason was there to blockading this place? The White River City guards were not just for show. Hence, Shifeng was sure that these guilds occupied the teleportation hall for some other purpose. Interesting. I wonder what sort of evil plan these guilds have this time. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he walked towards the entrance of the teleportation hall. Currently, Zero Wing was like the sun at noon. Naturally, many guilds would feel insecure about losing their position, so it was normal for them to take action. At this moment, the entrance of the teleportation hall was filled with noise. Several guilds had gathered, many of which were third-rate guilds. Even the members of Dark Star and World Dominators, 2 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, were present. What are you guilds trying to do here? Didn't we tell you already that we're not interested in joining you? A female guardian knight growled in annoyance. The woman was an extraordinary beauty with bright eyes. Lady, don't say that. Interest is something that can be nurtured. Your disinterest is simply because you don't fully understand us right now. I believe that as long as we spend some time together, your enthusiasm in joining us will grow, a level 18 male assassin insisted, laughing. The assassin was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. After the male assassin spoke, the tens of players behind him tightened their blockade of the entrance with no intentions of letting anyone get past them. Are all guilds in White River City like you guys? The female guardian knight said as she wrinkled her brows. Ha ha ha. Don't misunderstand us. We aren't forcing you to join any of the guilds present. If you aren't interested in joining any of us, you only need to pay a 5 silver coin service fee. After all, you can't expect us to make a trip here for nothing, the male assassin chuckled coldly. You all are going too far. In a fit of rage, the female guardian knight unsheathed her saber and shield. Although her equipment was a mix of common and bronze rank, her level of 17 was not to be underestimated. Currently, the majority of players were only level 13, and few among the average players had reached level 14. Those who managed to reach level 15 were all veteran players. As for those who were level 16 or above, such players were usually the elite members of guilds. The fact that an independent player like the female guardian knight had managed to reach level 17 showed that she possessed definite abilities. What? You want to challenge me? Come at me, then. I'll even stand here and let you hit me. Hit me if you can. The male assassin laughed arrogantly. He even took the initiative to move closer towards the female guardian knight's saber. You shameless bastard. Although the female guardian knight was furious, she did not take action. They were in White River City. If she attacked first, the guards would capture or kill her. Yet, with so many people blocking the entrance, there was simply no way to leave the building. However, she was also unwilling to pay these bastards. To teleport to White River City, they had spent a lot of money. Now, these guilds wanted to charge them a passage fee of 5 silver coins per person. That was practically everything an average player would have. Turtledove, don't let them get to you, a tall and sturdy male berserker said, pulling back the female guardian knight. Big brother's shadow sword, they are simply too much. I need to teach them a lesson. At worst, the guards will just lock me up, the female guardian knight named Turtledove persisted, the expression on her face showing that she was not afraid of death. Even if you take action, you might not necessarily be able to deal with the problem at hand. We've just arrived at White River City, and we don't have any reputation here. However, they are different. They have already accumulated a certain amount of reputation in White River City. Even if they aren't nobles, they will still be citizens of White River City. If we attack them, they can retaliate without suffering any consequences, the berserker named Shadow Sword warned. Oh. It seems that you still possess some insight, the male assassin sneered. That's right. We have earned enough reputation to become White River City citizens. Some of us here are even first-class citizens, which is only a rank behind nobles. I believe you should know what a first-class citizen signifies, right? In God's domain, citizens of any particular city would receive a special treatment. When a confrontation occurred between players inside a city, as long as no damage occurred, the guards of the city would not pay any attention. Meanwhile, when attacking a first-class citizen inside a city, if one were not a citizen of that particular city, then the punishment they received would double. If Turtledove dared to attack a first-class citizen of White River City, a very severe punishment would await her. Even if said first-class citizen killed her, she would still be arrested and jailed once she respawned. She would also have to pay a fine. If she did not possess sufficient funds to pay the fine, she would have to pawn the items she had on her to make up for it. At this moment, Turtledove came to a realization. She was inwardly relieved that she had not acted rashly just now. Otherwise, she would have truly played into those bastards' hands. Did you think that you could leave just because you didn't make a move? The male assassin laughed, glaring at Turtledove contemptuously. If first-class citizens strike, I wonder how you will respond. You shameless bastards. Turtledove understood what these guild players were trying to do. Suddenly, she said in a frosty tone, "We have come to White River City to join Zero Wing. Are you guys not afraid that Zero Wing will retaliate because of this despicable display?" Ha ha ha. Zero Wing. So what? This daddy here is a member of Dark Star. Even if Zero Wing has great potential, it is still not a match for Dark Star right now. Those bastards from Zero Wing don't even dare to fight us out in the open, the male assassin said in disdain. Moreover, haven't you noticed that there are other guilds present here as well? You guys are really foolish. You actually fell for the crap that some newly established guild like Zero Wing spews. Did you guys really think that White River City belongs entirely to Zero Wing? Just Dark Star alone is enough to send Zero Wing trembling in fear. Right now, there are 7 third-rate guilds and more than 10 unrated guilds with over 3,000 members present. Even if Zero Wing grew a spine, do you think they would dare to provoke all of us? Do you really think Zero Wing is willing to make an enemy out of everyone present? Turtledove's composure wavered at the male assassin's words. Zero Wing was indeed a newly established guild. Moreover, although there were over 1 million guild players in White River City, only a fraction belonged to the top 6 guilds of White River City, whereas the majority belonged to normal unrated guilds. Although these unrated guilds only possessed 3,000 to 5,000 members on average, there was a large number of unrated guilds in White River City. If their numbers combined, the total members that these unrated guilds possessed far surpassed the top 6 guilds of White River City. If these unrated guilds allied with each other, not even the top 6 guilds of White River City would be a match for them. With so many guilds working together, how could Zero Wing possibly oppose them? Thinking up to this point, Turtledove started growing anxious. Turtledove, my inconsideration has implicated you in this matter. In a moment, I'll hold them off while you take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, none of these guilds can do anything to you, Shadow Sword whispered to Turtledove. No. At worst, we'll die together. Isn't it just losing some levels and equipment? It's not my first time suffering such a setback. Turtledove shook her head, tightening her grip on her saber. I applaud you for your bravery. Unfortunately, you guys came at the wrong time. Brothers, go. Show these folks our passion. The male assassin's lips curled up into a mocking sneer. He then motioned with his hand. Immediately, 3 players possessing the status of first-class citizens moved. However, before the 3 first-class citizen players arrived in front of Shadow Sword and Turtledove, a black figure suddenly appeared, blocking them. This person hidden under a black cloak was none other than Shurfeng. Making an enemy of everyone? Such a bold claim. Is Dark Star not afraid of biting its own tongue? Do you really think Dark Star is the overlord of White River City? Chapter 340, Major Noble. Shurfeng's appearance stunned the guild players blocking the entrance. To think there was actually someone so foolish. Brat, you must be a newcomer, right? In White River City, we are the sky. Even Zero Wing, which is in its heyday right now, has to bow before us. Since you are also new, I'll give you a piece of advice. Join us. Why bother with a guild that has no future like Zero Wing? Of course, it's also fine if you don't wish to join us. Just pay 5 silver coins, and we'll let you be on your way. The various guild players laughed maniacally. Shurfeng paid no mind to the ridicule and laughter. Instead, he said, so, it turns out that your guilds are such good-for-nothings. Instead of growing the courage to confront Zero Wing, you came here to target the players intending to join them. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Brat, you trying to challenge us? The male assassin from Dark Star sneered disdainfully. As the male assassin spoke, the other guilds sent forward a few of their own first-class citizens. As first-class citizens, as long as they did not damage any players without reputation, even if they manhandled the other party, they would not face any consequences. Hence, they could simply drag Shifeng and the other two newcomers out of White River City. Kill them. Cut them. They could do whatever they wanted. It would be even better if the newcomers retaliated. As long as the newcomers retaliated, they could kill them. In other words, regardless of whether Shifeng and the other two retaliated or not, they would not have a happy ending. At this moment, Shadow Sword whispered to Shifeng, saying, "Fellow brother, thank you for standing up for us. In a moment, I'll charge ahead, so take the chance to escape. As long as you leave the teleportation hall, you should be able to avoid them. If you hide in the high-class area of the city, they can't use force against you." There were differences between the areas in a city. In the common areas of the city, as long as no actual damage occurred, the NPC guards would not pay any attention to the friction between players. However, it was a different story if such a situation occurred in the high-class areas or trade area. The same applied to the restaurants and shops inside the city. Even first-class citizens would be arrested and jailed if they tried to create trouble in these areas. Shifeng smiled in reply to Shadow Sword's words. However, he did not take them to heart as he continued advancing, walking step by step towards Drunken Maniac, the male assassin from Dark Star. What's wrong with this person? Originally, Turtledove had some goodwill towards Shifeng. However, seeing that Shifeng ignored Shadow Sword's words, her impression of him worsened slightly. Turtledove. Shadow Sword chided in a low tone. I want to see what he's going to do next. Turtledove snorted as she frowned Shifeng's frail back. Shadow Sword remained silent, quietly watching Shifeng. Shadow Sword felt that Shifeng was not as simple as he appeared. Although the black cloak that Shifeng wore hid his appearance, level, and name, it could not hide the air of an expert his body exuded. Moreover, looking at Shifeng's unperturbed appearance, Shadow Sword's certainty that Shifeng was a powerful expert grew, hence, he hindered Turtledove's actions. However, Shadow Sword had not expected anything to actually happen. After all, they were still within White River City. Even experts were not allowed to take action here. Oh. Since you want to die, we'll play with you. 6 players with statuses of first-class citizens immediately surrounded and grabbed at Shifeng, intending to drag him away and out of the city. Huh? What's going on? One of the 6 first-class citizen players asked, astonished. Despite the 6 of them working together, no matter how much strength they used, Shifeng did not even budge a single inch. What happened to you all? Isn't he just a newcomer? Why haven't you dragged him away yet? Drunken Maniac demanded, his brows wrinkling. Lone Tyrant had sent him to deal with players that came from other cities to join Zero Wing. Due to Zero Wing's growing popularity, many players on the forums had expressed their intentions to migrate to White River City to join the up-and-coming guild. Faced with such a situation, the various guilds in White River City were unable to sit still. It was especially true for Dark Star and World Dominators. Currently, Zero Wing was a huge headache for them. If they allowed experts from other cities to bolster Zero Wing's ranks, the guild would soon grow to become an unstoppable force in White River City. Hence, many guilds decided to cooperate with each other and send a few of their members with high reputation to occupy the teleportation hall. With so many guilds working together, even Zero Wing would not dare create conflict casually. By doing so, not only could they reduce the numbers joining Zero Wing, but they could also reduce some of Zero Wing's prestige, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the only reply Drunken Maniac received was the flash of a sword. Earth Splitter. The players surrounding Shifeng were only level 16. Their HP was only slightly over 2000. They could not endure Shifeng's sword at all. With a single attack, all 6 players surrounding Shifeng fell like puppets who had their strings cut. You actually attacked us. Drunken Maniac gaped Shifeng in disbelief. He could not understand why Shifeng dared to attack them. They were still inside White River City. They also had so many players on their side. So, shouldn't Shifeng be on his knees, begging for mercy and allowing them to trample him? Meanwhile, Turtledove, who stood behind Shifeng, had her mouth open wide in shock. With her eyes fixed on Shifeng's back, she couldn't help but mutter in a low tone, "Who? Just who is he?" At this moment, Shadow Sword's expression turned solemn. He was not surprised by the fact that Shifeng had made a move. However, being able to kill 6 elite guild members with a single hit was simply unbelievable. Shifeng's attack power was practically on the same level as a boss monster. After killing the 6 players who had surrounded him, Shifeng turned to Drunken Maniac. With a faint smile, he asked, "So, what if I attacked you?" Shifeng was a Viscount of White River City. He was a bona fide major noble. Yet, these players had dared to flaunt their slight skill before him. These players simply did not know their own place. First-class citizen was just a nice-sounding title. In reality, they were commoners in White River City. Meanwhile, a commoner that dared to make a move against a major noble was a commoner that did not know the meaning of the word death. Drunken Maniac felt a chill crawl down his body when Shifeng had glanced at him. It was as if Shifeng were a towering giant that could easily stomp him to death. Involuntarily, Drunken Maniac retreated a few steps. However, when he thought of the many allies behind him, courage filled his heart. He then pointed at Shifeng with unflattering rage. "Brat, you're courting death. Since you dared to kill us within White River City, nobody in the entire city can save you now. It would be the same even if Black Flame were here right now. Brothers, kill him." Tens of Dark Star members charged at Shifeng. In the distance, over a dozen mages had also begun to chant their spells. In the next moment, however, everyone discovered that they were actually unable to use any of their skills. Immediately, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade and sent 3 arcs of lightning at the group charging at him, causing damages of over -1,000 points to appear 3 times over everyone's head. Under the lightning's might, none survived. At this moment, even a fool could tell that Shifeng was not a simple character. Originally, the members of the various guilds present had laughed at Shifeng for his foolishness. Now, however, no one laughed. Shifeng's first strike had killed 6 players, while his second had killed tens of players. At this moment, nobody dared to make even the slightest movement, deeply afraid that the next person to die would be themselves. The only thing they could do right now was to wait for the arrival of the city guards. Only the city guards could deal with a monster like Shifeng. "You. Just who are you?" Drunken Maniac retreated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shifeng was simply too powerful. This was the first time Drunken Maniac had felt such an invisible power. Although there was nothing surrounding his body, Drunken Maniac felt as if his body were made of lead. Even his breath became extremely heavy. "You said that it would be useless even if Black Flame were here. Well, I'm standing here right now. What you are going to do about it?" Shifeng removed the black cloak. He then smiled at Drunken Maniac once more, slowly advancing towards the assassin, step by step. Without the black cloak, everyone recognized him as Black Flame. Chapter 341, It Has Come. As long as one was from White River City, they would definitely recognize Black Flame. It's Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Why is he here? No wonder he's so strong. The various guild players present started panicking. If Shifeng were simply an expert from another city, at most, they would feel a little nervous. After all, no matter how powerful Shifeng was, he could not contend with the entire city. However, Black Flame was different. Not only did the man possess astonishing strength, but he also had a powerful guild backing him up. "You." Drunken Maniac retreated as he gaped at Shifeng, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had simply been sent here by his guild leader, Lone Tyrant, to harass some independent players. He would never have imagined that he would come across the famous, yet mysterious, Black Flame of White River City. Not long ago, Black Flame had killed Lone Tyrant while surrounded by an army of thousands. Meanwhile, he only had a few hundred men. Moreover, in terms of combat power, he was far inferior to Lone Tyrant. So, how was he going to survive? Guild leader, you've really brought a calamity down on me this time. Drunken Maniac laughed bitterly in his heart. As for escape, although Drunken Maniac was arrogant, he was not a fool. Shifeng could have killed him with his previous strike. Yet, Shifeng had not done so. Why? It was because, to Shifeng, taking his life would be as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. I really did not expect Guild Leader Black Flame to pay us a visit. Although I know that I am certainly not strong enough to challenge you, if Guild Leader Black Flame wishes to kill me, I will not resist. However, I stand here today as not just the representative of Dark Star, but also the many guilds in White River City. Guild Leader Black Flame, you should know that by killing me Zero Wing will show its opposition to the many guilds present today. Drunken Maniac did not wish to die. Moreover, the support of so many guilds standing by him emboldened and strengthened the assassin. However, although Drunken Maniac's words sounded awe-inspiring and many guilds stood by as backup, Shifeng's footsteps did not stop. Guild Leader Black Flame, our guilds have chosen Drunken Maniac as our representative here today. If you kill him, your actions will offend our guilds. So, I hope Guild Leader Black Flame will think things through. That's right, that's right. Although Zero Wing is powerful in White River City, we are not that easily bullied. Moreover, nobody will benefit from a life and death struggle. Guild Leader Black Flame, you have to think it through carefully. Guild Leader Black Flame, in my opinion, you should just let bygones be bygones. Wouldn't it be better if both sides take a step back? Why must you push the situation to an impasse? Neither party will benefit from such a situation. Zero Wing only has around 5,000 members. However, our guild's combined numbers exceed 100,000. Even if experts are aplenty in Zero Wing, could each of these experts take on 20 people by themselves? After one person stood up Shifeng, the other guilds also started to voice their opinions. Although these guild players' persuasion attempts seemed gentle, in reality, they were using another method to strike at Zero Wing. If Shifeng did not retaliate today, it would mean that Zero Wing's invincible momentum had finally broken. To outsiders, it would look as if Black Flame had admitted defeat. At that time, even without their guilds hindering players from other cities from joining Zero Wing, those players might give up on Zero Wing due to their disappointment in the guild. At this moment, Turtledove and Shadow Sword, who stood behind Shifeng, still wore shocked expressions. They never thought that the stranger who willingly lent them a hand when they were in trouble would actually be the guild leader of Zero Wing. Meeting the mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing was more difficult than winning the lottery in reality. After all, there was simply too many players in White River City. Yet, they had actually encountered him. However, resentment began to fill their hearts as they listened to the many guilds. These people are just a bunch of trash. Turtledove did not originally have a positive opinion of these guilds. Now, that opinion had only grown worse. Shadow Sword nodded his head in agreement. This was why he did not wish to join these guilds. These guilds only knew how to use underhanded tactics to reap the greatest benefits. To these guilds, today's enemies may be tomorrow's friends. In Shadow Sword's eyes, these guilds were simply despicable. Although they were outsiders, they could easily tell what these guilds were trying to do. These guilds were clearly in the wrong. Hindering players from joining Zero Wing was already an affront to Zero Wing's reputation. Now, they shamelessly accused Shifeng of bullying. However, Shadow Sword could not help but admit that the current Zero Wing was not so powerful that it could afford to ignore the alliance of all these guilds. What will he do? Shadow Sword paid closer attention to Shifeng's every move. If Shifeng allowed this situation, although Zero Wing would retain its current strength, it would become a laughingstock. Yet, if Shifeng acted recklessly, he would have played directly into Dark Star's hands and become these guilds' enemy. However, Shifeng's next action completely surprised Shadow Sword. Without saying a word, Shifeng arrived before Drunken Maniac, a calm smile on his face. Guild leader Black Flame is as wise as expected. Drunken Maniac sighed in relief when he saw Shifeng's smile. At least he would not die today. In the next second, however, Drunken Maniac saw a silver shimmer flash before his eyes. Suddenly, Drunken Maniac's vision turned gray, his legs turning limp and his body falling to the ground. You. Why? Drunken Maniac failed to understand. Everyone else was similarly puzzled. Why had Shifeng dared to take action? Did he not understand how serious the consequences were? It seems that you still don't understand Zero Wing, Shifeng chuckled. Although our guild isn't very impressive, it also isn't a guild that stands by in silence while others are bullied. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since you struck first, what's there to fuss about now that I'm striking back? Did you really think I would be so naive as to let you off? Although Shifeng's voice was soft, everyone present could hear his words as clear as day. Every word was like a sledgehammer banging at their hearts. Wow! Turtledove was momentarily overwhelmed by the man before her. This was her ideal guild, a guild that would not falter even when surrounded by enemies. Ah, my trip was not wasted. Now that I see him in person, I am even more certain that I must join Zero Wing. Shadow Sword struggled to contain his excitement. Although Shifeng's actions had delighted Shadow Sword and Turtledove, the various guilds blockading the teleportation hall were not pleased in the least. Lunatic. He's simply a lunatic. He actually dared to kill Drunken Maniac right in front of us. I hear that his entire body is filled with treasure. Now that he's a red name, we'll be rich if we can kill him. Even if his strength is absolute, with so many people on our side, he will not survive. At that time, we'll gain double the profits. Although Shifeng's words had left the various guild players shaken, now that he had dropped all pretense, they would not let him go. After all, the fame and fortune they could gain by killing Shifeng were extremely abundant. Not good. These bastards intend to slaughter him. Watching the guild players slowly advance, Turtledove grew worried for Shifeng. Although Shifeng had managed to kill Lone Tyrant within an army of thousands the last time, that did not mean Shifeng was capable of exterminating an army of thousands. Moreover, there was no place for Shifeng to run since this place was so crowded. If Shifeng had to face several hundred players all at the same time, the result was obvious. Only death would await him. Considering the circumstances, Shadow Sword and Turtledove immediately stepped up to Shifeng's sides. They were both prepared to enter battle with Shifeng. Just as the battle was about to start, the sound of an explosion came from the outside of the teleportation hall, the massive boom echoing throughout the entire building. Before anybody realized what had happened, another series of explosions resounded. Moreover, the sounds were getting louder and louder, so much so that everyone in the teleportation hall could feel the ground tremble. It certainly arrived quickly. Shifeng's lips slightly curled up as he watched the clouds of dust rise from the streets. Standing beside Shifeng, both Shadow Sword and Turtledove grew curious as they looked at Shifeng's calm demeanor. It was as if Shifeng knew the cause of the explosions. However, compared to the turmoil happening outside, they now faced with hundreds of players. How could Shifeng possibly smile at a moment like this? Chapter 342, Monster Attacking the City. Although the explosions from outside the teleportation hall grew increasingly louder, they had not dissuaded any of the various guild players from their opportunity for fame and fortune. Currently, the guild leader of Zero Wing stood before them. As long as they could kill Black Flame, they would become famous overnight. Whether it was for themselves or their guild, they would benefit greatly from killing Black Flame. Black Flame's reputation was simply too powerful. The prestige Zero Wing enjoyed today was largely due to Black Flame. Now that such a fortuitous opportunity lay before them, they simply could not pass it up. Black Flame had already taken the initiative to kill so many players inside the city, violating White River City's laws. Now, he was no longer protected by the city. In a moment, the guards would arrive to kill Black Flame. Which was to say, even if they killed Black Flame, the guards of White River City would do nothing to them. Currently, they had the teleportation hall's only exit blocked off. They might never encounter such a godsend opportunity in the future. Ignore what's happening outside for now. Let's get rid of Black Flame first, then talk. If the guards arrive, we won't have the chance to kill him anymore. That's right. We can't let him get away. Black Flame, don't think that you are amazing just because you are an expert. Today, you will die. So what if you're an expert? Do you know what strength in numbers means? The various guild players all wore sneers on their faces. Obviously, they no longer held any respect for Shifeng. There was only greed and highly inflated confidence in their eyes right now. Guild leader Black Flame, I'll attract their attention in a moment, so take the chance to escape, Shadow Sword said as he suddenly moved in front of Shifeng. Shifeng looked at Shadow Sword strangely. Previously, Shifeng had not been too concerned about Shadow Sword as he had focused on the situation itself. Now that he took a closer look at Shadow Sword, he suddenly discovered that this person was not as simple as he seemed. Although Shadow Sword's equipment was nothing special, and he was only level 17, his every movement exuded the unique temperament that only martial arts practitioners possessed. Although I had never heard of an expert named Shadow Sword in the past, this person is still quite interesting. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he examined Shadow Sword's figure. Although Shifeng had been the guild leader of Shadow in the past and had played God's domain for over a decade, it was simply impossible for him to remember the names of every expert in God's domain. After all, there were simply too many experts in this game. However, what Shifeng admired about Shadow Sword was not his skills. Rather, it was Shadow Sword's behavior. In a situation where most people would hide and cower, Shadow Sword actively rushed forward instead. Even though he knew that this was a suicidal thing to do, he had still done it. It had been a long time since Shifeng had encountered such a fool. Even while hundreds of players charged at Shifeng, Turtledove discovered that Shifeng had not moved an inch. Instead, he stood there quietly, watching the crowd. Inwardly, Turtledove was stunned, wondering what was going through Shifeng's mind. Has he already given up? Oh. There really are a lot of guilds here. It seems that I'll have to use a little effort this time. Shifeng looked around, memorizing all the guilds here today. If he did not give these guilds a taste of Zero Wing's might, their actions would only grow bolder in the future. Normally, he would not stand a chance against such a crowd. Now, however, the situation was different. It should be about time. You two, in a moment, distance yourselves. The farther, the better. It would be unfortunate if I mistakenly injured you, Shifeng whispered a reminder to Shadow Sword and Turtledove before slowly advancing on the crowd. At the same time, he activated the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring, becoming immune to all control and restricting effects. Shifeng's instructions confused the two independent players. Just what was he planning to do? Did he really intend to engage in a death match with these hundreds of players? Presumptuous. Die. One of the level 16 berserkers who led the charge smiled disdainfully. Lifting his battle axe, he used charge and took the lead to hack at Shifeng. The giant battle axe carried a strong wind with it as it descended. Originally, the berserker thought he could repel Shifeng with a single attack. In the next moment, however, this level 16 berserker finally realized what true strength was. Making a casual swing with the abyssal blade, Shifeng slashed at the steel battle axe, sending both the axe and the berserker flying. Following which, Shifeng charged towards his incoming opponents like a bullet, crashing into and dispersing the crowd. Is he a monster? Turtledove was dumbfounded. The players from the various large guilds were also momentarily stunned. However, they quickly recovered their wits. Mages, kill him. Although the melee players who had charged at Shifeng had scattered, the mages standing in the back had not stopped their chanting. Soon, spells flew at Shifeng, one after another. Not daring to take all of those spells head-on, Shifeng quickly carried out complex footwork, his dance becoming ethereal. Dodging one spell after another, Shifeng charged towards the crowd. Not good. He's going for the healers. All melees, block him. A group of melee players immediately charged forward and blocked Shifeng's path. However, their attempt was futile. Shifeng was currently level 24, and most of the equipment he wore was fine gold rank or above. All of his attributes far surpassed these level 16 and level 17 melee players. With ease, Shifeng plowed through all obstacles before him. Sword flashes enveloped these players. Even though these players had skills that could block attacks, their bodies could not keep up and react appropriately. Hence, Shifeng eliminated them easily. Moreover, as Shifeng weaved his way through the crowd, the ranged mages were unable to hit the swordsman. There was always someone Shifeng could use as a shield, taking the hits for him. Even if some players used targeted control skills on him, Shifeng possessed the aura of space's effect that made him immune to all control effects. You melees are too stupid. Don't you know how to get out of the way? Crap, you mages are the idiots. Why can't you aim properly? Fresh blood splashed through the air. After the death of over a dozen people, the various guild players grew fretful, and they began to bicker amongst themselves. Why are you so anxious? Can't you all see that Black Flame's HP has fallen by quite a bit? He doesn't have a healer. He won't last long. At this time, a sturdy and robust-looking guardian knight stepped out from within the teleportation hall. Several hundred guild players followed him as well. Guild leader Lone Tyrant, why are you here? Everyone present immediately recognized the guardian knight. At this moment, Lone Tyrant no longer possessed his previous calm. Now, as if possessed by a devil, both of his eyes glowed with a crimson light. When Lone Tyrant discovered Shifeng's appearance in the teleportation hall, he immediately used a return scroll and rushed back to White River City. His previous death at Shifeng's hands had been an utter disgrace. Afterward, he had been forced out of the ranking list. At this moment, Lone Tyrant's hatred for Shifeng was deeper than an ocean. Black Flame, today you will die. Everyone, charge. Lone Tyrant laughed madly as he watched Shifeng fight. Kill. Suddenly, several hundred Dark Star elite members charged at Shifeng. This Lone Tyrant sure has good timing. Shifeng could not help but wrinkle his brows. Currently, although he still had over 70% of his HP remaining, he would not last long if he had to face an additional mob of several hundred Dark Star elite members. It seems that I can only retreat for now. Just as Shifeng charged towards the entrance, a huge explosion occurred in front of the teleportation hall. The hundreds of players blocking the entrance were instantly obliterated, and not even their corpses remained. Only the items these players had dropped were left behind. Shocked, everyone turned to look at the source of the explosion. What is that? Turtledove's eyes widened, a look of disbelief plastered on her face. A steel giant had appeared at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Just by standing there, the steel giant caused those who looked at it to feel chills down their spines. Simultaneously, all players in White River City received a notification. White River City System Announcement: Monsters have invaded White River City. Assist the guards of White River City to repel the attack. Players will receive bountiful rewards based on contributions. However, despite this system notification, this steel giant's contemptuous laughter petrified any player who heard it. I've finally found you. Chapter 343, Slaughter Time. The players in White River City grew excited when they heard the announcement. It was extremely rare for monsters to attack a city. Furthermore, they could obtain bountiful rewards and witness experts' techniques. These factors alone were reason enough for players to involve themselves. Let's head over to the city gates and have a look. We won't get any rewards if we let the guards wipe out all of the monsters. I heard that a monster has appeared at the teleportation hall. Hopefully, they haven't killed it already. Let's hurry to the teleportation hall, then. Immediately, groups of players resting inside bars and hotels started running towards the teleportation hall, which was only a short distance away from White River City's gates. At this moment, silence filled the inside of the teleportation hall. The steel giant that had suddenly appeared currently captivated everyone's attention. Mechanical Slayer, Mutant High Lord rank. Level 50. HP 40,000,000/40,000,000. Compared to the first time Shifeng had seen it, the Mechanical Slayer's current HP had undergone an earth-shattering change. Its HP of 40 million shook the players inside the hall, despair seeping through the crowd. Moreover, the Mechanical Slayer had killed over 100 players with a single attack. Any player who witnessed this scene would feel one thing: fear. However, what surprised everyone was that the steel giant's gaze was locked on Black Flame. It was clear that the steel giant's words, "Finally found you," were meant for famed guild leader. But why was such a powerful monster looking for Black Flame? This question filled everyone's minds. Why would a level 50 High Lord appear here? Lone Tyrant looked at the Mechanical Slayer that had suddenly appeared, feeling greatly astonished. This was also the first time Lone Tyrant had heard of or seen the rank Mutant High Lord. There were hundreds of level 150 guards and level 150 tier 2 guard generals in White River City. The Mechanical Slayer, a level 50 High Lord ranked monster, stood no chance against these NPCs. Yet, the Mechanical Slayer still chose to appear here. Such a situation was simply unbelievable. However, what was even more surprising was the Mechanical Slayer's performance and actions. Its speech, which carried a playful tone, was nothing like a monster. In Lone Tyrant's opinion, the Mechanical Slayer seemed more like a haughty and overbearing player than a monster. These factors revealed that this Mutant High Lord was definitely more powerful than an ordinary High Lord ranked monster. Boss Tyrant, what should we do about that monster? Should we escape? The members of Dark Star struggled to swallow their fear when they thought about the Mechanical Slayer's level and frightening, destructive power. Escape? Lone Tyrant sneered. With such a God-given opportunity, why would we escape? Right now, the monster has the exit blocked. Meanwhile, Black Flame is clearly its target. Who else could be a better guard than that monster? First, we need to deal with Black Flame. After we get rid of him, we can deal with that monster. Everyone, charge! We must not let Black Flame get away today. Since Lone Tyrant had given the command, as members of Dark Star, they could not disobey his orders. One after another, the Dark Star members charged towards Shifeng. At the same time, Lone Tyrant had also mobilized members through the guild channel, instructing more to join him. Whether it was Black Flame or the Mechanical Slayer before him, Dark Star would be the one to take them both down. It was especially true for the monster before him. Despite it clearly being a High Lord, the Mechanical Slayer possessed intelligence that far surpassed that of an ordinary High Lord. Moreover, it was also frighteningly strong. If they could kill it. When the other guild players saw Dark Star's hundreds of members charging at Shifeng, they, too, started contacting their respective guilds and rallied for more troops, not wanting to miss out on this opportunity. In addition to taking Black Flame's life, they all intended to fight over the contribution and drops of killing the Mechanical Slayer. It's over. There's a tiger at the front and a wolf at the back. I told him that he should have escaped earlier. It's too late now. Turtledove panicked when she saw their opponents surrounding Shifeng. The steel giant also had the exit blocked off. She then suggested, "Why don't we rush over to help him now?" "Hold on," Shadow Sword pulled back Turtledove. Softly, he said, "Let's listen to guild leader Black Flame and think of a way to escape." Big Brother Shadow Sword, the situation has changed. He will die if we don't help him. Turtledove said. Even if we try to help, what can we actually do? Shadow Sword shook his head. Although he wished to help Shifeng as well, a dark feeling had surfaced in his heart. Meanwhile, this darkness told him that, if he stayed here, the situation might really conclude as Shifeng had said. It would be better than doing nothing at all. Ignoring Shadow Sword's words, Turtledove charged towards the crowd. However, before Turtledove made it too far, something unbelievable happened. A massive figure suddenly appeared above Shifeng. The figure then landed heavily on the ground, easily crushing the stone floor into dust and sending tremors throughout the entire teleportation hall. More than 100 players who had charged at Shifeng died instantly under the figure's descent. Only Shifeng, who had activated Defensive Blade, had barely remained standing. You've finally taken action. I've been waiting for a long time now, Shifeng smiled faintly. At this moment, he had less than 50% HP remaining. If he continued battling the sea of players, sooner or later, he would have no choice but to run. However, now that the Mechanical Slayer had made its move against him, things were vastly different. Little ant, you sure are persistent. However, in front of us, only death awaits you. The Mechanical Slayer lifted its serrated greatsword, slashing the weapon down at Shifeng. Countless air blades flew towards Shifeng. Perfect. Faced with the countless air blades, Shifeng's smile only widened. Using silent steps, Shifeng dodged the air blades that assaulted him like a tsunami easily and appeared where the healers of the various guilds had gathered. Although Shifeng had evaded the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, the Dark Star elites who had focused on Shifeng were not as lucky. Under the assault of the countless air blades, these elite players were as weak as tofu, crumbling with just a touch. In an instant, over 100 elite players died. However, the battle was not over yet. Seeing that its attack had missed, the Mechanical Slayer sent another slash at Shifeng. Shifeng hurriedly activated the Aura of Wind in conjunction with Windwalk, his speed soaring. Shifeng then jumped abruptly, barely dodging the second wave of air blades. Following which, the healers and mages of the various large guilds suffered a tragedy. Crap, Black Flame is trying to use that Mechanical Slayer's strength to deal with us. Everyone, move away from him. Everyone finally noticed that something was amiss. Although Shifeng seemed to be evading the Mechanical Slayer's attacks, in reality, he took advantage of the Mechanical Slayer's wide range to deal with them. Within a few seconds, the various large guilds had lost over 80% of the elites in the teleportation hall, while Dark Star had lost over half of the elites who had just arrived. If they continued to allow Shifeng to have his way, they would face annihilation in just a moment. Black Flame. Looking at his subordinates that had died, Lone Tyrant clenched his jaw close to the point of shattering his teeth. Change of tactics. All ranged players restrict Black Flame's movements. Lone Tyrant immediately issued new orders. You only now noticed. Shifeng simply smiled. Unfortunately, you're too late. Let me help you host a grand blood fest. If Lone Tyrant and the others had prepared earlier and stolen the aggro of the Mechanical Slayer from Shifeng before it appeared in front of him, Shifeng would have been forced to flee. However, after the Mechanical Slayer had focused on him, it would be meaningless even if Lone Tyrant and the others managed to figure out his plan. Shifeng had already seized control of the Mechanical Slayer's initiative. So long as Shifeng did not die, he would have control of the giant's actions. Fortunately, nobody in White River City could surpass his survivability. Chapter 344, Unstoppable. Although Shifeng's survivability was impressive, when faced with a level 50 mutant High Lord, not even he could last long. After all, the gap between them was simply too wide. I have no choice, I have to use it. Shifeng reluctantly took a frost grenade from his bag. Immediately, the Mechanical Slayer slid to a halt, its glowing red eyes glaring at the frost grenade in Shifeng's hand. The Mechanical Slayer was very familiar with the frost grenades. Shifeng had once used these frost grenades to freeze it for a long period of time, rendering it helpless. Ha, it seems that it remembers, Shifeng laughed when he saw the mechanical slayer's reaction. However, Shifeng had no hope that the frost grenades would scare the mechanical slayer for too long. Taking advantage of the mechanical slayer's hesitation, Shifeng took a step forward and dashed towards Darkstar's mages. Damn! All mages, fire everything you have at him. Don't let him get close. Lone Tyrant shouted. One after another, spells flew towards Shifeng in quick succession. Frost arrows, ice spheres, ice walls, spiritual bondage, and other control skills aimed for Shifeng. Meanwhile, the mechanical slayer behind Shifeng had finally responded. Immediately, it threw the serrated greatsword in its hand at Shifeng. The greatsword generated a sonic boom as it flew, punching a hole through the air. The sword was so fast that it was impossible for anyone to dodge it. On one side, there were the numerous spells players had cast, and on the other, there was the mechanical slayer's greatsword. Shifeng could not afford to be careless. Immediately, he used Phantom Kill, creating a doppelganger of himself 10 yards away from his main body. Just as the serrated greatsword was about to skewer him, by the skin of his teeth, he swapped positions with his doppelganger. Shifeng's doppelganger was utterly powerless against the serrated greatsword, dying instantly. However, even after killing Shifeng's doppelganger, the greatsword did not slow and soared towards the Darkstar mages. Before the members of Darkstar could react, the greatsword plunged itself into the crowd. An explosion blossomed as the weapon crashed into the ground, creating a massive hole in the teleportation hall's floor. Following which, with the greatsword as the epicenter, shockwaves radiated throughout the surroundings. A single shockwave had decimated all players within a 30-yard radius. From this, Shifeng once more witnessed just how terrifying a mutant was. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Turtledove, who now hid in a corner, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Big Brother Shadow Sword, are all High Lords so powerful? Turtledove asked in shock. According to my knowledge, there is not a single High Lord as powerful as this mechanical slayer. It seems that Guild Leader Black Flame's command to withdraw was not without reason. Shadow Sword watched Shifeng in the distance, a hint of admiration appearing on his face. Although the mechanical slayer's combat power was horrific, it did not possess the techniques to utilize it fully. Shifeng, on the other hand, was different. Not only did he possess a firm grasp of his surroundings, but he also possessed meticulous dodging techniques. It was precisely what he, Shadow Sword, aimed to learn. If I join Zero Wing, in the future, won't I be able to learn many more techniques from him? An idea suddenly occurred to Shadow Sword, and his determination to attend Zero Wing's next recruitment increased. He must join Zero Wing. While Shadow Sword and Turtledove admired Shifeng, Lone Tyrant's anger grew rampant. With a single attack, the mechanical slayer had slaughtered over 100 Darkstar elites. Damn that Black Flame! Have the others not arrived yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Guild Leader, the closest members number around 4,000, and they are rushing to join us. With some time, there should be no problems boosting that number to 10,000, one of Lone Tyrant's subordinate reported. Lone Tyrant nodded, wearing a satisfied smile as he said, "Good. Tell the team to buy us some time. Also, send someone to Zero Wing's side to check for any movements. With so much commotion, they won't stand silently by." By the time everyone had gathered, whether it was Black Flame or the mechanical slayer, all would be his for the taking. At this moment, the members of Darkstar and the other guilds began to dart around. Wherever Shifeng appeared, these players would run in the opposite direction, playing the mouse to Shifeng's cat. Just as Shifeng used the frost grenades to pin the mechanical slayer down and manipulate the monster's strength to kill the members of Darkstar and the various guilds, the level 150 guards of White River City had finally arrived at the teleportation hall. Over 100 guards stormed the teleportation hall. Among them, there was a level 150 Tier 2 guard general, as well as plenty of Tier 1 guard captains. These NPCs stood neatly in order, surrounding the teleportation hall. The guards are here. We're saved. The players present released a sigh of relief at the guards' arrival. Borrowing the mechanical slayer's strength, Shifeng had killed countless of their allies. If they had not continuously avoided him, they would have long since died under Shifeng's demonic claws. Good. Now that the guards are here, when they pin down this monster, they will attract its aggro. We'll see how arrogant you are then. When my men arrive, we'll introduce you to death. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly as he watched Shifeng dodge the mechanical slayer's attacks. At this moment, however, Shifeng also revealed a smile. Immediately, he dashed out of the teleportation hall, holding nothing back while doing so. Meanwhile, under the Tier 2 Guard General's command, the guards started their assault on the mechanical slayer. The NPCs were uniformly level 150. The ordinary guards possessed 800,000 HP, the Tier 1 guard captains possessed 1,600,000 HP, and the Tier 2 guard general possessed 2,400,000 HP. To players, these guards were invincible. These guards only needed a single strike to kill a level 50 player instantly. Hence, in everyone's eyes, a level 50 monster stood no chance against these NPCs. The same went for the mutant High Lord with 40 million HP. Unfortunately, mutants were different. When the level 150 ordinary guards attacked the mechanical slayer, the highest damage they had dealt was only around -1,000 points. Even the level 150 Tier 1 guard captains only managed to deal around -3,000 damage to the mechanical slayer. As for the most powerful level 150 Tier 2 guard general, he could only deal around -10,000 damage. Such damages were barely a scratch to the mechanical slayer's 40 million HP. Indeed, just like Lone Tyrant had predicted, the mechanical slayer's attention immediately switched towards the Tier 2 guard general. Following which, the mechanical slayer swung its serrated greatsword at the guard general, while the guard general responded quickly by raising his spear to defend against the attack. Boom! The attack threw the level 150 guard general into a wall. The mechanical slayer then brandished its greatsword repeatedly, creating a storm that engulfed the entire teleportation hall. In retaliation, the other guards began a frenzied assault on the mechanical slayer. After a short moment, the entire teleportation hall had changed beyond recognition. Under the barrage of the countless sword auras, none of the level 150 guards survived. Even the 10 Tier 1 guard captains and the Tier 2 guard general died under the mechanical slayer's sword. Meanwhile, the mechanical slayer still had 91% of its HP remaining. Just what kind of monster is this? Lone Tyrant could not believe his own eyes. Before today, players had believed that these NPC guards were invulnerable, yet, they had all been annihilated, while the mechanical slayer remained healthy. There had been over 100 level 150 guards. A Tier 2 NPC had even led the attack, but, in the end, they all died. At this point, Lone Tyrant began to wonder if anyone could defeat the mechanical slayer. Seated on top of a roof, Shifeng enjoyed a few refreshments while resting. Previously, to dodge the mechanical slayer's attacks, Shifeng had exhausted himself, both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, the arrival of the guards had been the perfect chance to break away from the battle and rest. Only, he had not imagined that his break would be so short-lived. A mutant mutated from a High Lord is scary indeed. With this, I can safely proceed with the next part of the plan. Shifeng smiled, shifting his gaze towards the tens of thousands of players in a distance who currently rushed towards the battle. Chapter 345, Storm Domain. Look, there's a monster over there. It's massive. Wait, why does a level 50 High Lord possess 40 million HP? This is the most powerful High Lord I've ever seen. I wonder what items it will drop after it dies. At the very least, it should drop some fine gold items, right? Are all of you blind? That mutant High Lord is clearly stronger than ordinary High Lords. If a High Lord already drops fine gold items, then a mutant High Lord, which is a higher rank, should drop dark gold items. dark gold items? There should only be a few items of such rank in Starmoon Kingdom, right? At this moment, the many players in White River City had started to gather at the teleportation hall. A sea of players covered the nearby streets, all of them watching the Mechanical Slayer with hungry gazes. These players considered the Mechanical Slayer to be a field boss that could be easily killed. Meanwhile, among this sea of players, there was actually not a single Zero-Wing member to be found. Shifeng had long since informed his guild that they were not allowed to participate in this battle. Shifeng's reason was not due to lack of interest in the loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he understood that they would only throw away their lives by joining this battle. Guild leader Tyrant, our men have arrived. Good. The Mechanical Slayer belongs to us. Tell everyone to spread out and take positions. None of the melees are allowed to approach the Mechanical Slayer. Ranged players should distance themselves from the Mechanical Slayer and attack from maximum range. Let the other players draw the aggro and die for us. As for the melee players, have them aim for Black Flame. We must not let him escape. Although Lone Tyrant was shocked by how powerful the Mechanical Slayer was, such a powerful monster also represented a ridiculous amount of valuable loot. Despite the fact that Dark Star only had several thousand members present, its main army was on its way. In addition to the other guilds and independent players of White River City, the final number of players they could gather would exceed 200,000. Currently, if the players present attacked the Mechanical Slayer, most of their attacks would either deal -1 damage or Mississippi. Even so, this Mechanical Slayer with 40 million HP would not survive for long under the continuous assault of 200,000 players. Moreover, there weren't just 100 or so guards in White River City. In time, the city would send more guards into the fray. In a way, the Mechanical Slayer's death was a guarantee. It was only a matter of who would obtain the loot of the Mechanical Slayer after it died. At the same time Dark Star took action, the other guilds also initiated their assault. After witnessing the power of the Mechanical Slayer, only ranged players dared to attack it. As for those remaining, they all swarmed after Shifeng. Only those who had just arrived and were unclear of the situation dared approach the frightening Mechanical Slayer. That Lone Tyrant sure is concerned about me. Even now, he still sends so many after me. Standing on top of a roof, Shifeng had obtained a clear view of the battle. Since they wish to come, let's increase the violence. Immediately, Shifeng dashed towards Dark Star's army. Although countless spells and arrows barraged the Mechanical Slayer, a majority of these attacks were a miss, and only a small number managed to deal a mandatory -1 damage. Hence, Shifeng was still the Slayer's main target. Due to the large number of players standing in between it and Shifeng, the Mechanical Slayer wielded its sword, massacring everything in its path. Every time the Mechanical Slayer swung its serrated greatsword, swaths of players died. This scene caused the witnessing players to shiver in fear. However, it was precisely because of these players that the Mechanical Slayer's speed was greatly reduced, allowing Shifeng to have an easier time dodging. Meanwhile, when the members of Dark Star saw that Shifeng quickly approached them, ridiculing sneers started appearing on their faces. This black flame must have damaged his head. Instead of running away from us, he actually dares to run in our direction. Is he that eager to die? Isn't that better? He's saving us the time of chasing after him. However, just as the members of Dark Star mocked Shifeng for his stupidity, Lone Tyrant angrily bellowed in the guild channel. You bunch of trash, run. Get away from Black Flame. Don't let him come close to any of you. The command confused Lone Tyrant's subordinates. Initially, Lone Tyrant had commanded them to surround Shifeng, yet, now, he told them to run as soon as they saw Shifeng. However, Lone Tyrant's reminder was useless. Shifeng had already arrived before the members of Dark Star. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer's greatsword descended towards Shifeng. Using silent steps, Shifeng reappeared beside a player 20 yards from his original position, deftly avoiding the mutant's fatal strike. After a series of dodges, almost 90% of the thousands of Dark Star members who had encircled Shifeng died, and only a few with dazed expressions remained. Lone Tyrant trembled in anger. Thousands of members had died, just like that. Lone Tyrant was greatly confused. He could not understand why the mechanical slayer so vehemently chased Shifeng. Just what had Shifeng done to it before this? Right now, with Shifeng's high-speed movements, it was simply impossible for any ranged players to land an attack on him. Yet, if the melee players approached Shifeng, the shockwaves of the Slayer's attacks would slaughter them. With the mechanical Slayer's aggro locked onto Shifeng, he was practically a walking bomb. However, Lone Tyrant could not stop Shifeng. Even with so many players, none of them could pin down Shifeng. If someone could have pinned him down for just a moment, Shifeng would have long since died. At this moment, Lone Tyrant finally realized the great importance of top-tier experts to a guild. Even if he had an army of thousands, the role they could play in this sort of battle was far inferior to top-tier experts. Damn! Damn Black Flame! Lone Tyrant cursed loudly as he watched his guild members die in waves. At this moment, Lone Tyrant no longer looked like the guild leader of a powerful guild. Instead, he looked more like a shrew, shouting abuse on the street. Lone Tyrant's performance left witnesses stupefied. It turned out that even the guild leader of Dark Star had such a side to him. One could just imagine how helpless and infuriated Lone Tyrant felt at this moment. As for the other guild leaders watching this, at this moment, rather than expressing ridicule, they all wore gloomy expressions. Their guilds were in the same boat as Dark Star. After Shifeng finished dealing with Dark Star, he would certainly turn his blade in their directions. So, how could they possibly feel happy over Lone Tyrant's miserable fortune? Why don't we admit our mistakes and apologize to guild leader Black Flame? Are you kidding me? If all of our guilds lower our heads to Zero Wing, how are we supposed to succeed in White River City in the future? But, if we don't apologize, what will we do if he retaliates against us? Wait, look over there. More guards have shown up. While the guards deal with the mechanical slayer, we can work together to get rid of Black Flame. With so many on our side, Black Flame can't survive regardless of how powerful he may be. As long as he dies, Zero Wing will lose its momentum in becoming the overlord of White River City. At that time, we might still be able to thrive. Watching the hundreds of guards who had already surrounded the mechanical slayer, the guild leaders of the various large guilds agreed with the logic. Black Flame's death would be a huge blow to Zero Wing's prestige. If unrated guilds like them wished to thrive, they could not allow a single guild to obtain an absolute advantage in White River City. Currently, Zero Wing was like the sun at noon. If they allowed the guild to continue, sooner or later, they would stand no chance against Zero Wing at all. Hence, the various guild leaders instructed their members to focus all of their strength on killing Shifeng. Shifeng wrinkled his sharp brows when he saw the NPC guards charge at the mechanical slayer and the various guilds who took action. Knowing that his situation had become unstable, Shifeng spun around and started running towards the mechanical slayer, no longer charging towards the members of the various guilds. Within a moment, everyone from the various guilds had surrounded both Shifeng and the mechanical slayer. However, these guild players had finally wisened up. Instead of recklessly rushing forward to attack Shifeng, they allowed the ranged players to attack him as they slowly tightened their circle around him, forcing Shifeng into a constant retreat. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the mechanical slayer's attack range of 30 yards. The mechanical slayer's HP fell to 80%. Suddenly, its eyes shone a bright red, and clasping its great sword with both hands, the mutant slammed the weapon into the ground. Naturally, Shifeng understood what the mechanical slayer intended to do. This was none other than the mechanical slayer's ultimate move, Storm Domain. The skill had a radius of over 100 yards, and even his level 50 Tier 1 guards had died from a single hit. Back then, if Shifeng had not used Wind Rider, his speed skyrocketing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Shifeng immediately switched to the 7 Luminaries Rings Aura of Illusion, activating Fantasy World. Chapter 346, Great Wizard. As Shifeng activated Fantasy World, a faint barrier of light formed around his body. Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 10% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. At this moment, the players surrounding Shifeng had not yet noticed the mechanical slayer preparing its attack. They still foolishly charged at Shifeng. Before anyone could react, cracks started appearing on the stone-paved road as the land trembled. In the next moment, countless blades of air shot up from the cracks. Regardless of whether it was a player or an NPC, all those struck by the air blades died. After the turbulent storm ended, the street outside the teleportation hall was beyond recognition. At this moment, this small section of the city had become a ruin. The players observing the battle from a distance fell silent. This was the first time they had ever seen such frightening, destructive power. With a single attack, the mechanical slayer killed thousands of players. A large empty patch suddenly appeared on the previously crowded street. Even the level 150 guards had not survived the attack. How were they, players, supposed to deal with such a monster? Powerlessness bloomed in the hearts of the players who were originally intent on killing the slayer. No. At this moment, the guild leaders of the various guilds who had ordered their members to encircle Shifeng no longer possessed the calm they had before. Only regret and anger filled them right now. The mechanical slayer's storm domain had instantly obliterated thousands of their members. Moreover, a majority of these members were elite players. As unrated guilds, they did not possess many elites. At most, each guild would have 600 to 700 elite players. Hence, even the death of a few dozen elite players was a huge blow. Now, however, each of these unrated guilds had lost over 100 elites. That single attack had dealt a fatal blow. Guild leader Black Flame's tactic was awesome. Turtledove giggled as she observed the carnage from afar. Let's see if those guilds dare to bully others in the future. Standing beside Turtledove, Shadow Sword nodded in agreement. Although this matter appeared simple, in reality, it was extremely difficult to carry out such a feat. While directing the mechanical slayer's attacks, Shifeng also had to dodge the attacks from other players constantly. Shifeng also had to know where he could and could not run. If Shifeng did not have a perfect grasp of his surroundings, even the slightest mistake would result in his death. Following the disappearance of the storm domain, the momentary calm also shattered. When the mechanical slayer discovered that some people were still alive, especially Shifeng, it was humiliated. Suddenly, the mechanical slayer jerked its serrated greatsword from the ground. The mechanical slayer then started spinning, transforming into a bladed tornado. This was one of the mechanical slayer's skills, Bladestorm. The tornado possessed a powerful suction, easily pulling players into its attack. Moreover, the tornado's movement speed was very fast. It can affect my movement even when I'm 30 yards away. If I stand closer, even I might get sucked in. Shifeng hurriedly took out a speed scroll from his bag and used it. He then charged towards the gathering of the various guilds. Meanwhile, a level 150 tier 2 guard general standing only half a dozen yards away from the tornado was immediately yanked into it, a series of damages over -10,000 points appearing above the guard general's head. In only a moment, the guard general died under the mechanical slayer's bladestorm. The frightening damage caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. Now, all thoughts of killing this mutant vanished from the minds of these witnesses. Currently, they only had a single thought. Run! Suddenly, many players who stood closest to the mechanical slayer began to flee in a panic. Naturally, the members of the various guilds were no exception. When these guild players saw Shifeng running towards them, each and every one of them immediately turned and fled, having completely forgotten about attacking Shifeng. There were no fools here. Nobody wanted to gift themselves to death. This chase scene occupied the streets of White River City. Many players who had just arrived were dumbfounded. They had often seen a group of players chasing another group of players. But now, tens of thousands of players were actually running from a single player. Moreover, these players looked as if they had just seen a ghost. This was truly the first time they had seen such a miracle. Aren't those guys members of the third-rate guild, Angel's Crown? Why are they running away? A ranger who had just arrived asked in wonder. You think Angel's Crown is the only guild running away? Don't you see that there are members belonging to dozens of guilds running with their tails between their legs? A druid who knew more about the situation commented from the side. Now that you've mentioned it, that really does seem to be the case. Just what is going on here? The ranger was confused further after he realized the scope of the situation. Normally, the members of these guilds were extremely arrogant and overbearing. These guilds dominated the densely populated monster areas, and if independent players like them had an opinion about it, these guild players would kill them without hesitation. For a time now, many independent players harbored a great hatred for these guild players, though none of them had actually dared to voice that hatred. Now, a miracle had actually occurred. It turned out that even the mighty and arrogant guild players had times where they were afraid. In particular, the members of Dark Star could also be seen among the crowd of fleeing players. Dark Star was one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. Why were its members running away as well? Don't you recognize the player chasing them? The druid pointed towards Shurfeng, who was at the far end of the sea of fleeing players. That person looks somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing? That's right. Black Flame is the one chasing these guilds. I heard that Dark Star allied itself with many other guilds and sent their members to blockade the teleportation hall in an attempt to prevent players of other cities from joining Zero Wing. After Black Flame discovered their plot, well, this is the result. Listening to the druid's explanation, shock filled the ranger's heart. A single player was actually capable of facing dozens of guilds. Was Black Flame even still considered a player? The other players standing near the druid and ranger pair who had been clueless about the situation were also stupefied by this revelation. Although they had long since knew that Black Flame was strong, they had not known exactly how strong. He was actually capable of forcing tens of thousands of players to run for their lives frantically. Were they even playing the same VR game? Guild leader Black Flame, why don't we talk out our differences peacefully? Dark Star forced us to join their scheme. We really have no intentions of becoming enemies with Zero Wing. That's right, guild leader Black Flame. We have our own difficulties as well. If you stop chasing us, we are willing to offer you an apology and compensate you for all your losses. Please forgive us. We won't cause Zero Wing trouble ever again. The fleeing guild leaders started yelling their offers of reconciliation. At this moment, they were truly afraid. In order to deal with the mechanical slayer, they had ordered most of their guild members to rush to the battle. If they all died here, the damage it would cause their guilds would be unimaginable. It was highly possible that they would never recover from this loss and would be forced to dissolve their guilds. Since you all have spoken, I'll forgive you, Shurfeng smiled. However, all of you need to die once first. Black Flame. We are sincerely trying to apologize. Judgment Hand, the guild leader of Angel's Crown, bellowed. Guild leader Judgment Hand must be joking. I, too, am sincere. I want you to die once. Shurfeng smiled faintly as he increased his speed once more. Shurfeng's speed was much faster than the elite members of the various guilds. In just a moment, he had caught up with the fleeing crowd. As Shurfeng dove into the crowd, the mechanical slayer was like a meat grinder as it pulled one player after another with its powerful suction force, instantly turning these players into scattered light particles. In a short moment, the various guilds had already lost over 1,000 players. With the passage of time, the number of deaths soared. Even though there was a constant stream of NPC guards arriving at the scene of the battle, none of them could hinder the mechanical slayer. Instead, they all became a delicious meal for the mutant. Before a minute had passed since Shurfeng caught up with the fleeing crowd, the death count had exceeded 10,000. Among them, Dark Star's losses were the greatest, as Shurfeng's main target was the members of Dark Star. This horrifying scene caused all observers to grow cold. If these tens of thousands of players had not scattered and escaped from the very beginning, the number of deaths would be several times higher by now. However, after more than half of the guild players and over 1,000 NPC guards had died, a man in white robes suddenly appeared in the sky. This man's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shurfeng's. This man was no ordinary NPC. He was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. Chapter 347, Tier 4 Magic. Many players sighed in relief at Weissman's arrival. The mechanical slayer was too strong. Even though so many guards had attempted to slow its assault, over 50,000 players had died. Moreover, turned several White River City streets into ruins. If given more time, the slayer would have slaughtered every player in White River City. Meanwhile, the city itself would become nothing more than rubble. Despite being only a level 50 mutant high lord, the mechanical slayer had caused so much damage. If dozens of such powerful monsters appeared, wouldn't they obliterate White River City? However, among all of the players present, only Shurfeng understood how powerful a mutant was. An ordinary high lord could never be so strong. Mutants were considered natural disasters. I wonder which is stronger, a great wizard or a mutant. At this moment, Shurfeng stood far from the commotion, quietly observing Weissman and the Slayer's every action. Great Wizard was a Tier 4 class. Even in Star Moon Kingdom, Weissman was one of the heavyweights. Such a powerhouse would only offer protection to a major city like White River City. Smaller cities would only be guarded by Tier 3 NPCs at best. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was also unique. It was a mutant that had transformed from a High Lord. If classified as a tier, Shurfeng's initial judgment placed the Mechanical Slayer at Tier 3 upper rank. Otherwise, it could not have defeated a Tier 2 guard general so effortlessly. At this moment, the level 200 Weissman and the level 50 Mechanical Slayer were only 30 yards apart, staring each other down. The level gap between the two was very wide. No matter how one looked at it, they were not equals. Yet, when Weissman and the Slayer stood together, nobody felt any sense of disharmony from looking at them. A mutant? No wonder the guards could not defeat it. Weissman did not rush to attack the Mechanical Slayer. Instead, he carefully observed the mutant. He then shifted his gaze towards his surroundings. The spacious streets around him no longer possessed the splendor they had in the past. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and this caused Weissman's gentle gaze to chill with anger. Suddenly, Weissman's body exuded an intimidating authority. Even while standing hundreds of yards away, everyone could feel their bodies grow heavy, their breath quickening. As this authority grew increasingly powerful, some ordinary players who had withstood the pressure suddenly crouched, their faces filled with fear while their bodies trembled. Authority was intangible, and it could not physically influence substantial change. This was closer to spiritual pressure. It was an instinctual warning for when living creatures faced an enemy that was far superior, altering them to the danger. Humans had long since detached themselves from the various threats of Mother Nature, so their instincts were extremely weak. However, due to God's domain, players began to recover these instincts gradually. Although players had recovered these senses, they still sorely lacked spiritual training. As a result, many were unable to withstand Weissman's authority and had crouched in fear. Aside from exuding his frightening authority, Weissman had also enveloped an area 100 yards around him as his magic domain. As long as one were within this domain, the magic would suppress their strength unless they possessed equal or stronger magic. Simultaneously, this magic domain also strengthened Weissman. This was a frightening aspect of Tier 4 classes. As soon as a Tier 4 class used their domain, Tier 3 classes and below would be sheep for the slaughter. At this time, the mechanical slayer also began to move. Raising its serrated greatsword, it sent a powerful slash at Weissman. Just as countless air blades swept across the expanse, Weissman suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side of the mechanical slayer. Responding quickly, the slayer swung its greatsword towards Weissman's new location. However, the result was the same. Weissman dodged the attack using instantaneous movement again. After over a dozen consecutive slashes, Weissman had yet to receive a single point of damage. Meanwhile, Weissman's consecutive usage of instantaneous movement stunned the watching players. It was common knowledge that the instantaneous movement that elementalists possessed had a cooldown of 25 seconds with a maximum moving distance of 20 yards. However, Weissman's instantaneous movement looked like it did not have a cooldown. Moreover, every time Weissman used instantaneous movement, he moved over 40 yards from his original position. It's as expected of a Tier 4 class. Even instantaneous movement has become far more powerful. If a Tier 4 assassin grasped this skill, the Slayer would have suffered over 100 attacks by now. Shi Feng had fought his fair share of Tier 4 classes in the past, so he knew just how powerful they were. Among the many Tier 4 classes he had fought, quite a few were Great Wizards. So, Shi Feng had a general understanding of Great Wizards. From his knowledge, Shi Feng knew that there were differences between Tier 4 Great Wizards. As for Weissman, a Great Wizard capable of using instantaneous movement effortlessly over a dozen times in quick succession, at the very least, he should be an upper-rank Great Wizard. After a frenzied assault, scars around 4 meters deep and 40 meters long were visible throughout the street. However, no matter how the mechanical slayer attacked, it could not land a single hit on Weissman. The slayer had also started to panic. Gripping its serrated greatsword with both hands tightly, it stabbed its weapon into the ground. It was obvious that the mechanical slayer intended to use Storm Domain once more. However, Weissman, who had continuously dodged the slayer's attacks, had begun his attack. One of his hands currently held up his white jade staff, gathering a horrifying amount of magic power around it, while his mouth chanted complex incantations and his other hand swiftly traced lines of runes. Such quick writing and complex runes. The incantation for an ordinary Tier 3 spell normally only has around a dozen lines or so, yet Weissman has already written at least 20. At the very least, he should be casting a Tier 4 spell. Shi Feng was shocked as he watched Weissman's casting. Ordinary, Great Wizards would need at least 6 to 7 seconds to write over 20 lines of runes. Meanwhile, Weissman had only needed 4 seconds. This is bad. This distance is still too dangerous. Shi Feng knew how powerful a Tier 4 spell was. Such a spell possessed the destructive force of a missile. With his distance of 150 yards, he could easily be caught in the crossfire. Hence, Shi Feng turned and ran. As the ground started to fragment, blades of air shot up from the ground. Weissman suddenly flew upward and hovered in midair. The air blades exploded forth, shooting towards Weissman. At this moment, Weissman had also finished chanting his spell. He pointed the finger he had used to write the runes with towards the sky, and in the next instant, a gigantic blue magic array appeared above the city. Tier 4 Magic, Sky Piercer. Weissman lightly waved his white jade staff, pointing it at the mechanical slayer. Blue-colored gas flowed out of the magic array, transforming into a sharp blue spear that came crashing down. When the air blades and blue spear collided, a violent shockwave swept through the area. Even houses over 100 yards away were blown away. Players who stood within a 200-yard radius died instantly, while players who stood 200 yards to 300 yards away suffered varying degrees of damage. After the brief collision between the two skills, blue spear pierced through the air blades and struck the mechanical slayer's body. The spear was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. In the wake of the impact, strong winds blew, and dust rolled. A shockwave far more powerful than the one before also spread from the site of impact. It was as if a huge earthquake had just occurred. After the dust settled, everyone's gazes shifted towards where the sky piercer had fallen. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The spear's landing site had become a massive crater that was over 30 meters deep. Chapter 348, Stealing Food from the Tiger's Mouth. The sky piercer's destructive power had far surpassed everyone's imaginations. The entire street had been destroyed, and other than Weissman and the mechanical slayer, nothing remained. It was simply a spell, yet it carried the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Many of the players present even began to wonder whether they were still inside a game. The heavy air, the chilling wind, the pungent smell of blood, the vibrations from the ground, and the pain they felt were constant reminders of where they were. Suddenly, everyone realized that God's domain was completely different from the virtual reality games they had played in the past. In their opinion, a virtual reality game was merely an accumulation of numbers and data. Even if they grew powerful inside a game, at most, they would deal higher amounts of damage. It wouldn't be surprising for a player to deal damage in the millions or tens of millions. After all, it was just a bunch of data. No matter how realistic God's domain was, at the end of the day, it was still only a virtual reality game. Nothing inside the game was real. At this day and age, this belief was well rooted in players' minds, and they never strayed from it. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. So strong. Is this the strength of a Tier 4 class? If we can become Tier 4 classes, will we be that strong as well? Everyone gazed at Weissman, who was still hovering in midair. At this moment, excitement, fear, and longing filled their minds. There were no superheroes or espers in real life. No human was capable of flying freely in the sky. However, such feats could actually be achieved in this incomparably realistic world known as God's domain. It was as if everyone had arrived in a world of miracles. Considering the current situation, people no longer thought of God's domain as just another virtual reality game. Instead, God's domain was a world where they could start their second life. I have underestimated Weissman, to think he could actually cast Tier 4 magic with such ease. Relying on his astonishing speed, Shifeng had managed to escape the effective range of Weissman's sky piercer, so he had not received any damage from the resulting shockwave. Normally, high-tiered spells required a very long casting time. During this period, others could easily interrupt the caster and inflict significant amounts of damage. Normally, when one fought an opponent of the same tier, very rarely did they have the chance to cast high-tiered spells. Instead, they would use low-tiered spells with shorter cast times. It was extremely difficult to cast a Tier 4 spell in the midst of battle like Weissman had when faced with an equal opponent. Yet, even when facing a mutant like the Mechanical Slayer, Weissman had still managed to cast a Tier 4 destructive spell effortlessly. It was apparent just how powerful Weissman was. While Shifeng had focused on Weissman, the Mechanical Slayer had flown out from the crater the Sky Piercer had created. What? It's still alive, even after taking a hit from a Tier 4 spell. Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the wounded Slayer. The effects of high-level magic weren't limited to HP damage alone. It could also damage the enemy's physical condition. In battles, HP only served as a reference. In certain cases, even when players only had 1 HP remaining, their combat power would not be affected in the slightest, they could still display 100% of their actual combat power. Yet, sometimes, despite losing only a thread of their HP, players' combat power might be greatly affected, leaving them capable of displaying only 10%. High-tiered skills were so powerful was because not only could they cause a frightening amount of damage, but they could also greatly affect the enemy's combat power. At this moment, although the Mechanical Slayer looked like a mess with many wounds covering its body and less than 50% of its HP remaining, the spell had not significantly damaged its combat power. What an enviable physique. Shifeng had been a Tier 3 Sword King in his past life, so he understood how important a strong physique was to a player. Although the mechanical slayer had less than 50% HP remaining right now, its remaining HP was not much different than the HP Weissman possessed. With its combat power unaffected, the mechanical slayer could still challenge Weissman. However, the mechanical slayer's next action had completely surpassed Shifeng's imagination. After flying into the air, instead of launching an attack at Weissman, the mechanical slayer turned tail and ran. This scene stupefied every player present. Nobody could have imagined that the mechanical slayer would actually flee after realizing that it could not win against Weissman. The mechanical slayer's intelligence far surpassed any ordinary monster. Unfortunately for the mechanical slayer, Weissman had no intention of letting it escape. Using instantaneous movement, Weissman teleported to the mechanical slayer's side and immediately used Snowy Explosion. Countless frost arrows pelted the mechanical slayer's body. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical slayer had frozen into an ice sculpture. The mechanical slayer's frozen body then plummeted towards the ground, the impact creating a massive hole in the ground. Following which, Weissman waved his staff. Suddenly, multiple aqua-blue magic arrays appeared around his body. Water dragons emerged from these magic arrays and shot towards the mutant. These water dragons wrapped around the slayer and buried their vicious teeth in its flesh, restraining the mechanical slayer in a large ball of water. This was the Tier 2 spell, Water Binding. When used, it restricted the target's movements. Now unable to move, the mechanical slayer immediately used Bladestorm. Not only did the skill increase its movement speed, but it also made the mechanical slayer immune to all magical control effects. After breaking out of Weissman's water binding, the mechanical slayer spun towards the Great Wizard. Reacting quickly, Weissman immediately started chanting the incantation of another spell, his hand having already written 3 lines of runes. A moment later, an ice shield appeared, covering his body. The ice shield could absorb a massive amount of damage. At the same time, the shield would slow enemies who managed to land a hit. Even after the mechanical slayer's greatsword repeatedly struck Weissman's ice shield for 3 full seconds, the ice shield remained in one piece. At this moment, however, multiple scars had appeared on the ice shield, and from the looks of it, the layer of ice would not hold on for long. At this moment, Weissman had also readied the Tier 3 spell, Earthen Spear. Suddenly, brownish-yellow spears protruded and shot out of the ground, bombarding the spinning mechanical slayer. Not only did these spears cause significant damage, but they had also forced the mechanical slayer into a constant retreat. After being struck by a total of 21 earthen spears, the mechanical slayer had been forced back over 30 yards. In a fit of rage, the mechanical slayer threw its serrated greatsword at Weissman. Unperturbed, Weissman used instantaneous movement to dodge the simple attack. Immediately after, Weissman bombarded the mechanical slayer with dozens of lightning snakes. While Weissman and the mechanical slayer clashed, Shifeng quietly snuck closer to them. After the battle had reached this point, Shifeng could tell that the mechanical slayer was no match for Weissman. Although the mechanical slayer was not weak, mutants needed time to grow. Originally, the gap between the mechanical slayer and Weissman should not have been so wide. However, aside from having a severely lacking repertoire of skills, the mechanical slayer was also inexperienced with evading attacks and controlling its own body, resulting in such a wide gap between itself and its opponent. With the mechanical slayer's current combat power, it would have no problems dealing with Tier 3 upper-rank NPCs. If given more time to grow, even Weissman might not be a match for the slayer. After all, a mutant transformed from a High Lord-ranked monster possessed extremely frightening potential. Meanwhile, if such a powerful mutant were killed, whether it was the EXP or loot, the rewards would be astonishing. Now that everyone had witnessed how powerful both the mechanical slayer and Weissman were, unless they wished to die, nobody would be so stupid as to move closer as these powerhouses faced off. So, the players present quietly observed the battle from a distance. The moment Weissman killed the mechanical slayer, they would rush forward to fight for the mutant's loot. Hence, Shifeng intended to make his move first. If he waited until after the battle ended to make his move, he would not stand a chance against tens of thousands of players. Moreover, Shifeng was not interested in the Mechanical Slayer's loot alone. He also desired the EXP the Mechanical Slayer would provide. Both the 7 Luminaries ring and the skill flame burst were of great use to Shifeng. However, if he wanted to upgrade and increase their might, he needed a large amount of EXP. If he could steal the last hit of the Mechanical Slayer, he could obtain 60% of the Slayer's EXP for himself. This would not be a small number. Chapter 349, Skyrocketing Experience. While Shifeng slowly approached the battlefield, the other players stared intently at the Mechanical Slayer's HP. As the battle grew more intense, the Mechanical Slayer's HP fell at an increasing rate. If they were a step ahead of others, they would have a higher chance of obtaining some of the Slayer's loot for themselves. Naturally, they all watched the mutant's HP intently, prepared to dash forward when it dropped to 0. At the same time, various guild leaders began issuing commands to surround the battlefield. Although Shifeng had killed many of their members with the aid of the Mechanical Slayer, many were still alive. At this time, these guilds no longer paid attention to Shifeng. Including Lone Tyrant, who hated Shifeng down to the bone, they all focused on the Mechanical Slayer. Guild leader Tyrant, we have people stationed as close to the Mechanical Slayer as possible. Our men will charge forward as soon as the Slayer dies, an assassin standing beside Lone Tyrant reported. Good. If someone steals the loot, kill them, Lone Tyrant ordered. According to his estimation, the loot of such a powerful monster like the Mechanical Slayer, at the very least, would be dark gold items. It might even drop epic items. As long as they could obtain these items, they could make up for some of the losses they had previously suffered. Right, have there been any movements from Zero Wing and Ouroboros? Lone Tyrant asked. None at the moment. I don't know what happened with Zero Wing, but none of their members have arrived. It seems they're not interested in this situation. As for Ouroboros, they are still focused on raiding the 3 great dungeons. They only sent a small contingent. On the other hand, Emperor's Light and Assassin's Alliance have sent quite a few members, the assassin reported. He then added, if we had not lost so many members because of Black Flame, we could have contended with these guilds evenly. Ha ha ha. Gentle Snow, in your eagerness to conquer the 3 great dungeons, you have missed out on the chance to conquer the 3 great dungeons. Pass down my command. Have everyone focus on grabbing the most valuable items. Don't let any dark gold items or epic items fall into other guilds' hands. Lone Tyrant's excitement grew as he thought about the bountiful loot of the Mechanical Slayer. Before, Dark Star had lost many of their members and suffered massive losses due to Black Flame. It would take a long time for the guild to recover. Lone Tyrant swore that he would personally avenge his guild sooner or later. However, if they could obtain some dark gold and possibly epic items, it would massively assist the guild's recovery. It was especially true for dungeon raiding. If they could use dark gold and epic ranked weapons and equipment to fight the bosses in the 3 great dungeons, they would have a much easier time conquering these dungeons. By the time they obtained the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Star would take its place in the public eye once more, restoring its past glory. Time passed gradually. While everyone focused on the Mechanical Slayer's HP, the number of players in White River City who had gathered continuously increased. After all, it was the first time a monster attack had occurred in Starmoon Kingdom. Shortly after the White River City system announcement appeared, a report appeared on the God's Domain official forums. Even players from other cities rushed over to experience this rare event. However, the teleportation fee between cities was very expensive. So, there weren't a lot of players from other cities. Meanwhile, the players from other cities were those who were well off in God's Domain. A majority of these players were the elite members of guilds. At one point, over 500,000 players had gathered around the battlefield between Weissman and the Mechanical Slayer. That was practically a third of the total population of White River City. I'm relieved. To see such a powerful monster, we have not wasted the trip. Only a few of us teleported here, and we haven't occupied any strategic locations. In a moment, if any of you manage to snatch some loot, escape immediately, understood? Don't stay behind to throw away your lives, a handsome man in black robes told the people standing around him. If Shifeng could see this man's name, he would be shocked. This man was a famous expert in the virtual gaming world. His fame even surpassed Gentle Snow's. The man was also an individual ranked within the top 1,000 on the global experts list. This man was Red Feather, and he was one of the elders of the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Boss Red Feather, rest assured. You should know our strengths the best. Not in another 100 years could these noobs of White River City compete with us, a level 20 assassin with tan skin said disdainfully as he observed the various guilds members of White River City. Big Brother Red, you're being overly cautious. We are the trump card of Star Alliance. Since we've arrived, how could we not walk away with all of the loot? Flourishing Willow, a female ranger with an enchanting body, chuckled. You guys, Red Feather helplessly shook his head his companion's confident words. There are still plenty of experts in White River City. Although Gentle Snow is not participating, don't forget that there are still the branch leader of World Dominators, Blood Halberd, the guild leader of the Assassins Alliance, Cruel Sword, and the branch leader of Emperor's Light, 13th Swallow. There is also the expert that has recently appeared, Black Flame. In addition, experts from other cities have also come to take part in this event. No matter what, we have to act prudently. Unfortunately, Red Feather's reminder fell on deaf ears. None of his companions took his words to heart. After all, every one of them was above level 20, and a majority of the equipment they wore was secret silver rank. One of them even wore nothing but secret silver equipment. In addition, they were all veteran gamers who had fought in the virtual gaming industry for many years now. They were all top-tier experts. Their levels, techniques, and equipment were all first-rate. So, how could they possibly lose to any other guild? Big Brother Red, that Mechanical Slayer's HP is about to bottom out. Should we rush over there? Flourishing Willow asked. In a moment. The more powerful a monster is, the more powerful its counterattack will be before it dies. You have all personally witnessed how powerful the Mechanical Slayer is for yourselves. Anywhere within a 200 yards is a danger zone. If we don't have any invulnerability skills, the splash damage will kill us before we get close. Red Feather stopped his companions. However, we can approach the 200-yard range. Just as Red Feather finished speaking, suddenly, a black figure charged towards the Mechanical Slayer so fast that it left observers tongue-tied. Ha ha ha. What a fool. The Mechanical Slayer still has 2% of its HP left, yet he dares to rush ahead. Based on his speed, that person should be an expert. Unfortunately, his greed has overpowered his judgment. If he waited until the Mechanical Slayer died, with his speed, he could have snatched one or two items. Many onlookers ridiculed the figure that had boldly charged into the fray. Nobody believed that the figure would survive to reach the Slayer. However, there was also a small number of players who rushed after him. Meanwhile, the black figure leading the charge was none other than Shifeng. At this moment, the Mechanical Slayer was already on the verge of death. Weissman only needed 2 or 3 more skills to finish it off. Naturally, Shifeng would not wait any longer. However, when Shifeng was 100 yards from the battlefield, the Mechanical Slayer erupted. The Mechanical Slayer's body suddenly turned crimson, shrinking by half. The serrated greatsword also transformed into a blood-red scythe. A pitch-black aura of death surrounded the blade. Tightly gripping the scythe with both hands, the Slayer swung it at its surroundings. Suddenly, black streaks of light shot out in all directions. This is... Why does it have the Tier 4 skill, Death's Sigh? Shifeng panicked at the sight of this skill. Hurriedly, he activated Fantasy World. The instant the black lights collided with the barrier of light formed by the fantasy world, although Shifeng had not lost any HP, he felt as if he had been struck by a sledgehammer. Shifeng had even wondered if fantasy world could hold up against this tier 4 skill. The black lights illuminated the surroundings for 6 full seconds, covering a range 200 yards in all directions. The area looked like it had been enclosed by a black dome. Everything within this dome was pitch black, and nobody outside the dome could see anything within it. After Death's sigh ended, everything in the space was dead. Aside from Shifeng, who was safe inside his light barrier, every player who charged forward had died. Meanwhile, the ice guard Weissman had summoned also shattered. At this moment, Weissman had lost a significant amount of his HP. He even spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Evidently, the Slayer's attack had severely injured him. However, this could not be helped. Nobody would have thought the mechanical Slayer would use such a frightening skill as its dying counterattack. When caught unaware, even a tier 4 Great Wizard would receive heavy damage from such an attack. However, after using Death's Sigh, the mechanical Slayer was like an oil lamp exhausted of fuel. It only had a final thread of HP remaining. Weissman then used Ice Descent, a tier 3 spell. Suddenly, ice and snow fell from the sky, landing on the mechanical Slayer. Wave after wave of icy air enveloped on the Slayer, devouring the last of its HP. Your head is mine. At this moment, seeing as the mechanical Slayer was about to die, Shifeng had grown anxious. Immediately, he activated Windwalk and dashed at the mutant. The moment he was in range, he used Silent Steps to appear behind the mechanical Slayer. As Weissman's spell was not yet over, Shifeng had to endure Weissman's Ice Descends as well. Shifeng then retrieved an intermediate frost grenade from his bag. After accurately gauging the Slayer's HP, Shifeng threw the intermediate frost grenade and dealt -500 damage to the mutant. The frost grenade destroyed the mechanical Slayer's remaining 300 HP before the next wave of icy air could. Shifeng had pushed himself to his very limit to grasp the mechanical Slayer's HP, and he very nearly lost the last hit to Weissman. After the mechanical Slayer died, over 100 items burst forth from the mutant. Meanwhile, Shifeng also received a series of system notifications. Before Shifeng could check the notifications, his experience bar started to soar. In just a moment, Shifeng's level 24 experience bar filled before breaking through to level 25. Even after reaching level 25, Shifeng's experience bar did not stop. Level 26. Level 27. Level 28. Level 29. Golden light continuously flashed over Shifeng's body, only gradually fading after Shifeng reached level 34. In the end, Shifeng rose to 74% of level 34. Shifeng had leveled up 10 times consecutively. The EXP he had obtained had completely surpassed his imagination. Even in his previous life, never once had he managed to level up 10 times in a row. It was clear how bountiful the EXP provided by the mechanical Slayer was. If he had obtained 100% of it, he would have leveled up further. Chapter 350, Sword in the Stone. Before Shifeng could celebrate his success of stealing the last hit, he felt deep-seated malice directed at him from all directions. Although Shifeng was wearing the black cloak, and nobody had yet recognized Shifeng. The system notification that appeared after the mechanical Slayer died had betrayed Shifeng. Star Moon Kingdom System Announcement: Congratulations to Black Flame for being the first player to kill a mutant. Rewarding 50 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 30 free mastery points, and 30 gold coins. White River City System Announcement: Player Black Flame has killed the mechanical Slayer that invaded White River City. Rewarding 50 reputation points in White River City, 10,000 merit points in Star Moon Kingdom, and 20 gold coins. These two notifications popped up 3 times. After reading these notifications, even a fool could tell that the cloaked figure covered in a golden glow was none other than Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame. Now, not only Shi Feng had obtained a wealth of EXP by killing the mechanical slayer, but he also received a bountiful reward from the system. How could others not be envious? Sure enough, his reputation is well deserved. He actually stole the last hit while Weissman and the mechanical slayer fought. After watching Shi Feng's previous performance, Red Feather could not help but compare himself to Shi Feng. Suddenly, Red Feather discovered that, regarding timing, he was inferior. Black Flame is quite good. However, at the end of the day, he still can't make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list. How powerful could he possibly be? On the other hand, Big Brother Red Feather is an expert ranked within the top 900 on the experts list. Flourishing Willow giggled, smiling faintly. The Secret Pavilion's experts list contained the names of 1008 great experts in God's domain, and it was extremely hard to place on that list. After all, there were too many players in God's domain. Moreover, that number continued to increase. Hence, even if it were the 1008th ranked player on the experts list, that expert would be a monster-like existence. In the virtual gaming world, players took pride in ranking on the experts list. Not only was it a symbol of strength, but it was also a symbol of honor. Since Red Feather ranked in the top 900, it sufficed to say that he was very powerful. On the other hand, Black Flame's absence from the experts list showed that the Secret Pavilion judged him as inferior to Red Feather. However, Shi Feng did not care what others thought about him. Without hesitation, he started picking up the items the mechanical slayer had dropped. After the mechanical slayer died, over 100 items had scattered around its body. Needless to say, everyone present knew that if one could take all of these items for themselves, it would massively assist Guild's development. Seeing as the mechanical slayer had been such a powerful monster, even the worst items it dropped should be fine gold rank. At this stage of the game, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment were extremely rare. With over 100 weapons and equipment of such quality, they could either fully arm a 20-man team, qualitative improve a 50-man team, or significantly upgrade a 100-man team. Damn! All of you, go! Those drops are mine! Lone Tyrant shouted in rage. Clenching his fists, Lone Tyrant's eyes resembled a poisonous snake's as he glared at Shi Feng. The Dark Star members who had been on standby all this time charged forward. Naturally, the players from other guilds did not lag behind. They all simultaneously dashed towards the dropped items. Of course, Shi Feng would not let anyone have any of the drops. However, due to time constraints, he could only take a limited number before the tide of players crashed down on him. 1. 2. 5 pieces. The moment Shi Feng's hands reached an item, he would immediately throw the item into his bag, not even bothering to look at what he had picked up. No! Get rid of him! All mages, bombard him with AoE spells. Lone Tyrant's heart bled as he watched Shi Feng claim items, one after another. This was his biggest chance to recuperate Dark Star's losses. At this moment, however, Shi Feng was destroying that chance right before his very eyes. As for the others, they, too, realized that they could not leave Shi Feng alone. They needed to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be scraps left. They sure are fast. Shi Feng wrinkled his brows, his hands moving even faster than before. Unlike the items dropped by dungeon bosses, there was an additional rule for the loot from field bosses. Even if a player obtained an item from field boss, if someone killed them within 2 hours, that item would drop from their dead body with 100% certainty. It was the same for players who picked up the item later on. Only after 2 hours, would this item not fall from the player's bag. Due to this reason, even if it was at the cost of their lives, the players charging forward wanted to destroy Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng had already picked up over 30 items. The mechanical slayer had dropped over 100 items. Yet, Shi Feng had already claimed over a fifth of them for himself. How could anybody accept such a situation? Shi Feng's anxiety grew at the sight of the approaching crowd. Suddenly, however, he noticed an inconspicuous-looking item among the many drops. To be precise, this item was a sword fully encased in a crystal. Although this sword appeared ordinary, Shifeng could not help his attention shifting towards this ordinary-looking sword. At the moment, Shifeng was 8 yards away from this sword. If he used the time to run there instead of picking up the items around him, he could still claim at least 2 or 3 items. Moreover, the approaching players were only 40 yards away right now. Some rangers had even begun to aim and fire at Shifeng. Should I go for it or not? Shifeng hesitated. If he went for the sword, he would definitely lose the other items. Moreover, before the item was firmly in his hands, he could not confirm the quality of the sword. If he darted for it only to find out that he had picked up a common item, he would have missed out on obtaining items of better quality. As Shifeng hesitated, an arrow flew towards his head. Shifeng responded quickly. With the wave of the abyssal blade, he slashed this arrow in half. In the next moment, however, dozens more flew at him. After Shifeng reached level 34, his various attributes had improved immensely. Taking a step forward, he brandished his 2 swords. While dodging the incoming arrows, Shifeng sliced apart those that he could not dodge. I'm running out of time. Shifeng decided to make the gamble. Immediately, he charged towards the sword in the stone. Even with so many items surrounding him, only this sword attracted his attention. There must definitely be a reason for this. Thus, Shifeng decided to trust his instincts this time. After Shifeng picked up the sword in the stone, the crowd arrived and surrounded him. Every one of them was like a hungry wolf as they glowered at Shifeng, malice flashing in their eyes. They only wished they could swallow Shifeng whole. Black Flame, don't even think about escaping this time. Know your place and hand over the drops and all of your equipment. Lone Tyrant laughed as he smirked at Shifeng. The encirclement around Shifeng was different this time. There was no forest for him to hide in. Moreover, players had him surrounded. Shifeng had no hope of escape. At this moment, Red Feather, who swiftly approached the scene, sent a whisper to Shifeng, Guild Leader Black Flame, you are a red name at the moment. You have killed so many players inside White River City. If you die, the penalty you will receive will be extremely heavy. Why don't you hand all the drops over to me, and I'll help you leave safely? Shifeng sent a contemptuous gaze at Red Feather, looking at Red Feather as if he was a fool. Now that there were thousands of players simultaneously casting their skills at Shifeng, only a fool would believe that Red Feather could help Shifeng escape safely. Red Feather only made such an offer to convince Shifeng to approach him before taking the opportunity to end his life, obtaining an easier time collecting the drops. This sort of trickery might deceive a child, but to deceive him? Maybe in another decade. Chapter 351, Original Sin. He didn't fall for the bait. Red Feather was slightly surprised when he saw Shifeng's contemptuous gaze. Indeed, he had planned to trick Shifeng all along. After Shifeng approached him, he would kill Shifeng, gaining easier access to the dropped items. When people were desperate, they would grasp at even the tiniest bit of hope. This was a basic human instinct, and Red Feather had sought to take advantage of this. For many, even if they knew they were being cheated, they would still choose the risk. However, what about Shifeng? Currently, tens of thousands of players surrounded Shifeng in all directions. Even a fly could not escape. Simply put, Shifeng had zero hope of escaping alive. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, any normal person would have long since broken down from the pressure. Even Red Feather could not guarantee that he would not be affected. No ordinary person could endure the condemnation of thousands, not to mention the murderous gazes of tens of thousands. Yet, even in such a situation, Shifeng seemed unaffected in the slightest. Shifeng even had the spare time to send him a contemptuous gaze. Red Feather started to wonder whether or not Shifeng was a human. Shifeng could actually maintain such calm. However, even if you don't take my bait, you still won't escape. Although Red Feather felt somewhat disappointed, his intention to kill Shifeng had not changed. Fire and arrows blotted out the sky above Shifeng. Even though he was level 34 now and possessed a severe level suppression over the other players, he still would not survive these attacks. Not a single person present believed that Shifeng could leave this place alive. In the next moment, however, Shifeng confused everyone. At this crucial moment, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade and continued to pick up drops. One after another, he placed the items in his bag, showing that he valued money more than his own life. Many players expressed their confusion. Does Black Flame really think he can escape? Does Black Flame believe that, as long as he claims the loot, those items will not drop after he dies? However, Shifeng still smiled faintly. He paid no attention to the incoming attacks. Following which, wave after wave of spells and arrows landed within 20 yards around Shifeng, transforming the area into an ocean of ice and fire. Meanwhile, all players within this 20-yard radius turned into ash. Shifeng was no exception. Ha ha ha. Black Flame. Finally. Lone Tyrant laughed psychotically as he watched Shifeng turn into particles of light. Although Lone Tyrant had not done the deed personally, when the news of Black Flame's death spread, he would definitely become the laughingstock of God's domain. Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, had actually thrown his life away because of greed. What could be more ironic than this? Wait, none of the items Black Flame picked have dropped, a player with powerful eyesight suddenly shouted in surprise. Hearing this, a realization struck the crowd. Indeed, just as the player had said, although Black Flame had died, the number of items on the ground had not increased. Rather, there even seemed to be a few more pieces missing. What was happening? Did this mean that there was no 2-hour wait to claim the loot from the Mechanical Slayer? At this moment, Lone Tyrant was stunned as well. His eyes were glued to the location where Shifeng had died. However, no matter how hard he racked his mind, he could not figure out what had happened. Even if there really was no 2-hour waiting time for the dropped items, as a red name, Black Flame should have at least dropped a few pieces of the equipment he wore upon death. Yet, he had not dropped a single item after he died. Big Brother Red, this is bad. If the items don't drop from a player's inventory, it will be far more difficult to steal them. Flourishing Willow panicked. Since that is the case, we'll grab as many as we can. Let's go. Originally, they had prepared their path of retreat. However, he never would have expected that the drops from the Mechanical Slayer would play such a trick on them, destroying his plans. As for whether Shifeng had actually died or not, Red Feather had no doubts. Thousands of attacks had bombarded the area, and any stealth effects would have been useless. Moreover, even in the very end, he had not seen Shifeng activate any skills. Brothers, attack! Don't let the powerful guilds take the drops. As long as we put the drops into our bags, the items will be ours. Originally, the independent players had only intended to observe. They had no plans to compete for the loot. After all, without a guild protecting them, the moment they picked up an item would be the moment they lost their lives. At that time, not only would they lose the items they picked up, but they would also lose their own equipment and levels. Only a lunatic would try their luck. However, the situation had changed. Black Flame had picked up so many items as everyone watched, yet, after he died, not a single item that he had picked up had dropped. This showed that the Slayer's loot would belong to whoever picked them up. Previously, none of the independent players saw any chances or hope of obtaining an item for themselves. Now that there was a glimmer of hope of obtaining a fine gold or even dark gold item, why wouldn't they be excited? Suddenly, the tens of thousands of players went into a frenzy. They frantically launched spells and attacks towards the dropped items, barring anyone from claiming the loot. Unknowingly, the largest war in the entire Star Moon Kingdom, no, in the entire God's domain, had begun in White River City. The battle was a complete mess. Even great experts could not play much of a role in a war involving tens of thousands of players. They might even find it difficult to survive. Big Brother Shadow Sword, should we try for some of the drops as well? We might grab ourselves a dark gold item. If we're lucky, we might even get an epic item. If we do, we won't have to worry about futures anymore, Turtledove said in excitement. Currently, she stood on a rooftop far from the battlefield. A war of this magnitude would shock anyone. They would find themselves wanting to join the battle and display their skills and obtain some treasures while they're at it. Alright, we'll try out luck. As a person who pursued combat techniques, Shadow Sword would certainly not miss out on this golden opportunity. Although Shifeng had warned them not to involve themselves, Shadow Sword had to agree with Turtledove's suggestion. If they could be like Shifeng, grabbing 30 to 40 items for themselves, even if they died, it would be an admirable death. After all, facing the attacks of tens of thousands of players, even the top-ranking expert on the Secret Pavilion's experts list, the undefeated god, could not possibly survive. For your own good, I advise you two not to go. Even if you snatch an item, you won't get anything after you die. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice reached Turtledove and Shadow Sword's ears. When the two heard this voice and promptly turned their heads towards the source, shock immediately appearing on their faces. You! How did you resurrect? Turtledove gaped at Shifeng with disbelief. Currently, Shifeng still wore his black cloak, a calm expression on his face. Resurrect? I never died, so why would I need to resurrect? Shifeng chuckled. Making one-way trips was not brave, but stupid. Since he had charged into battle, naturally, he had long since prepared an escape. Before Shifeng had charged towards the mechanical slayer, he had already activated Phantom Kill. He had then sent his doppelganger away from the battlefield while he forged ahead to steal both the last hit and the treasure. After he had his fill, he immediately swapped positions with his doppelganger, letting his doppelganger endure the rain of attacks while he departed from the battlefield. You didn't die. How is this possible? I saw countless spells hit before you turned into particles of light and disappeared. Turtledove walked up to Shifeng, her bright eyes scanning his body. After an extensive examination, she revealed a look that said, "You can't deceive me." Shifeng laughed and said, "That's only a doppelganger." Doppelganger? Originally, Turtledove had not believed Shifeng in the slightest. However, at the mention of the word doppelganger, she suddenly understood the gist of the situation, feeling slightly shocked. She never expected that Shifeng would have planned an escape. However, Shadow Sword was far more shocked by this revelation. With only the use of a doppelganger, Shifeng had managed to toy with the tens of thousands of players present, causing them to start a massacre. If Shadow Sword and Turtledove knew that Shifeng had come to this tall building to look for an opportunity to re-enter the battlefield. At this moment, Shifeng sat quietly before calling up the system interface for the 7 Luminaries ring. Finally, I can level these skills. Shifeng looked at the 7 great skills displayed on the 7 Luminaries ring interface, growing excited. Even at level 1, these 7 skills were immensely beneficial. If he could level these skills several times, his combat power would definitely reach the next level. It would also significantly assist with his class change quest. Chapter 352, One-Hit Asura, 1. The battle on the streets of White River City was in full swing now, and a large number of players died with every passing moment. Surprisingly, however, even with such a massive war going on in the middle of White River City, none of the city guards had come forth to stop the players from killing each other. The guards had only sealed off the neighborhood around the teleportation hall where the battle took place. As long as a battle between players remained in this area, the guards would not pay it any mind. They would silently stand aside with spears in hand. Meanwhile, the players in question had already gone completely crazy over the loot of the mechanical slayer. None of them even noticed Shifeng, who currently sat on top of a building at a distance. All of their attention was directed towards the items scattered across the ground. However, when the female guardian knight, Turtledove, who stood beside Shifeng, used an identification skill on him, she abruptly jumped in shock. Level 34. How is his level so high? Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain had yet to reach level 20, yet, Shifeng was level 34. The sight of Shifeng's level of 34 was enough to cause any player to despair. In God's domain, the suppression of 5 levels was detrimental, let alone a suppression of over 10 levels. However, Turtledove had quickly discovered Shifeng's level falling by 1. She was confused. Shifeng had obviously not died, yet, his level had fallen. Turtledove did not know that, at this moment, Shifeng had assigned a large amount of EXP to the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries Ring. The amount of EXP that Shifeng possessed at level 34 was extremely abundant, and with the EXP of a single level, he had managed to upgrade all of the 7 great skills of the 7 Luminaries Ring to level 3. Aura of Earth. Level 3 requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 40%. Damage taken reduced by 25%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense, provides immunity to 12 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of Water. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Received healing increased by 40%. Cast consumption reduced by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom, heals selected target for 15% HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Agility increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 120% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 3, requires 6 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Defense increased by 35%. Target's defense reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm, inflicts 600% damage within a range of 15 by 15 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 25%, and cooldown of skills increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time, prevents enemies within a radius of 60 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. All attributes increased by 25%. Enemies within a 100-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World, immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 3, requires 10 million EXP to upgrade to level 4. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement, instantly move to any location within a radius of 360,000 yards. Cooldown, 8 minutes. As expected, the EXP required becomes increasingly abundant at the further levels. However, the skills have indeed significantly improved. I wonder how far I can upgrade them to if I dump in all the EXP I have. Once again, Shifeng started assigning EXP to the 7 Luminaries Ring. This time, Shifeng had upgraded all of the skills to level 5, reducing his level to 26. Aura of Earth. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 45%. Damage taken reduced by 35%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense, provides immunity to 16 attacks. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of water. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Received healing increased by 60%. Cast consumption reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Life Bloom, heals selected target for 20% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of Wind. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Movement speed increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 40%. Agility increased by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 150% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of Fire. Level 5, requires 12 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Defense increased by 40%. Target's defense reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm, inflicts 800% damage within a range of 25 by 25 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of Time. Level 5, requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%, and cooldown of skills increased by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute Time, prevents enemies within a radius of 75 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of Illusion. Level 5, requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. All attributes increased by 30%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 30%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy World, immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 5, requires 20 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill dash. Space Movement, instantly move to any location within a radius of 400,000 yards. Cooldown, 6 minutes. After Shifeng examined the attributes of the level 5-7 Luminaries ring, his calm heart inadvertently grew excited. In the legends, the 7 Luminaries ring was said to be a godly relic. Even if it were just an epic ranked replica of the item, its strength far surpassed any player's imagination. Currently, the 7 Luminaries ring replica Shifeng possessed was only level 5. Looking at the replica's current attributes, Shifeng had even wondered if this 7 Luminaries ring replica could rival the strength an actual legendary item. However, if Shifeng wanted to continue upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring, he would need a horrifying amount of EXP. In his current position, it was simply impossible to upgrade the ring to level 6. Next, I need to work on the Sure Kill skill, Flame Burst. Shifeng called up the skill interface and began to upgrade Flame Burst. Back in the Flame God's cave, Shifeng had upgraded the skill to level 5. Flame Burst. Level 5, requires 4 million EXP to upgrade to level 6. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 420% damage to the target. Attack count, 6 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes 30 seconds. In a single breath, Shifeng upgraded Flame Burst 4 times, the skill reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Shifeng's level had fallen from 26 to 21. Flame Burst. Level 9, requires 60 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 skill. Channeling time, 1 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 750% damage to the target. Attack count, 12 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Chapter 353, One-Hit Asura, 2. I never really have enough EXP. However, I can only leave it for now. Even if I fall back to level 0, I won't have enough EXP to upgrade the skill. Shifeng laughed bitterly as he looked at his own level. Level 21. His current level was even lower than before he had returned to White River City. However, his combat power was much higher than any ordinary level 34 player. Meanwhile, Turtledove and Shadow Sword were completely stupefied right now. Within minutes, a level 34 player had fallen to level 21. Turtledove and Shadow Sword had even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could a player's level decrease by itself? Although they both eagerly wanted to ask Shifeng about his level, they felt embarrassed to do so. After all, they had yet to join Zero Wing officially. As the leader of a guild, how could they presume to ask for Shifeng's secrets? Although Shifeng could discern the doubts filling the minds of the two minds beside him, he did not bother to explain himself. This was his secret. If the matter of the 7 luminaries ring were revealed, a calamity would definitely befall him in the future. At this moment, Shifeng received another system notification. System, Guild Crusade quest completed. Zero Wing's popularity increased by 30,000 points. System, congratulations player for completing a Guild Crusade quest. Rewarding 70 White River City reputation points and 5 million EXP. Suddenly, Shifeng's level recovered to level 22. Guild leader, we've secured all of the treasure in Creek Town. Everyone's reputation had increased beyond 100 points, and we've become nobles. We won't suffer any consequences if we enter the city as red names now. Fire Dance and the others have returned to the city to accept their class change quests, Aqua Rose suddenly reported through the team chat. Good. The rest of you should return as well. While you're at it, summon all members of Zero Wing to the teleportation hall, Shifeng said, smiling faintly as he watched the current stalemate on the battlefield. Today was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was also the night when Zero Wing would fully emerge from the shadows. I understand. We'll hurry over immediately, Aqua Rose answered without hesitation before disconnecting the call. At this point, Aqua Rose no longer doubted Shifeng's decisions. After the call ended, Shifeng remained sitting on the rooftop, quietly observing the intense battle below. After another hour had passed, the number of players still alive on the battlefield had dwindled down from the initial 500,000 to less than 100,000. The brutality of the war far exceeded everyone's imaginations. Throughout this period, other players would slaughter anyone who dared approach the loot from the mechanical slayer regardless of who they were. Even when a guild had sent hundreds of members charging forward, the result was the same. In the end, the situation had devolved into one where it became impossible for one side to steal any of the drops without annihilating everyone else. However, along with the decrease of players, guilds' advantages began to reveal themselves. Among the tens of thousands of players remaining, a large majority of them were guild players. Meanwhile, the number of independent players decreased as some independent players had opted to give up and retreat from the battlefield. Without the interruption from independent players, the various guilds had also started to make their moves. Gradually, one guild after another charged towards the unclaimed loot. However, how could the other guilds willingly sit by and watch as other guilds obtained the drops of the mechanical slayer? Hence, the guilds present split their members into 2 groups, one to hinder the other guilds and one to seize the items. As a result, the various guilds initiated another intense battle with each other. These items all belong to Dark Star. Do you think small guilds like you are worthy of fighting us? Lone Tyrant swung his shield, slamming it into a swordsman from a small guild and sending him flying. He then bellowed, "Assassins, go for the items. Everyone else, protect them." Immediately, dozens of assassins from Dark Star sped forward, while the other members of Dark Star opened a path for these assassins. You wish to take those items? Have you sought my permission to do so yet? Red Feather led his subordinates forward, gradually approaching the drops while hindering Dark Star. Simultaneously, Emperor's Light, the Assassins' Alliance, and World Dominators also began to fight their way forward. Although these powerful guilds were very strong, the small guilds were no fools. These powerful guilds' main target would be the highest concentration of loot. Hence, as unrated guilds, rather than competing over these locations, it would be far wiser for them to compete over locations with fewer items. That way, they would have fewer challengers. Meanwhile, seeing the various guilds picking up drops one after another, the independent players watching from the outskirts of the battlefield could not help but grow envious. At this moment, however, the guilds that had managed to secure some drops for themselves also displayed grim expressions. Originally, they had been fighting vigorously while ignoring all costs in order to secure the loot. After all, as long as they put these items into their bag, even if they died, these items would not drop. However, now that they had gotten their hands on these items, the result was completely different from what they expected. Any players holding the dropped items had to stay alive and hold said items for 2 hours. If killed during this time, the dropped items would automatically fall from the player's bag. What the hell is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the dropped item inside his bag, his brows wrinkled. To secure the dropped items, they had not held anything back while slaughtering their way forward, even at the expense of sacrificing their own companions. Meanwhile, the only reason Lone Tyrant Willing made such a huge sacrifice was because he knew that they could take ownership of the dropped items the moment they got their hands on them. At this moment, out of the 10,000 plus Dark Star members who had arrived, less than 1,000 remained. Yet, Lone Tyrant had made all those sacrifices only to find out that the battle was not over yet. The dropped items they had obtained could switch ownership at any given moment. At this moment, all those who managed to obtain a dropped item felt their blood rush to their heads. Due to this sudden change, another change also swept through the battlefield. The various guilds immediately started relocating their members who had managed to obtain a drop. Simultaneously, they had also sent more people to kill the members of other guilds who held items. Suddenly, the battlefield became even more fierce than before. At this point, the more members a guild possessed, the greater the advantage it had. Meanwhile, as the guild with the most members remaining at this moment, Dark Star was also the guild that had looted the most items. Very quickly, Dark Star looted another dozen or so items. In addition to the ones they had previously obtained, the number of dropped items now in Dark Star's possession totaled 24. At this moment, aside from Shifeng, Dark Star had the largest harvest. Just as the escort Lone Tyrant personally led was about to enter White River City's safe zone. Suddenly, a black figure appeared before Lone Tyrant. Black Flame, should I commend you for your bravery or stupidity? Despite managing to escape, rather than going into hiding with the items you obtained, you actually dare appear before me once again. Very well. Today, I will finish you off. As for the items in your possession, they will all belong to Dark Star. Lone Tyrant recognized Shifeng almost instantly. With a sneer, he waved his hand. Over 100 melee players surrounded Shifeng, while the mages at the rear line started chanting their spells. The healers also began to back off. This time, however, they stood sparsely apart from each other. Obviously, they had done so to avoid getting caught by Shifeng's large-scale AoE magic in that silencing field which prevented them from using any of their skills or tools. Black Flame, you must feel so helpless when you see this formation, no? You will definitely die this time. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for showing up in front of me, Lone Tyrant boasted. Shifeng simply smiled at Dark Star's formation. If this had happened before he had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, this formation would have caused him a headache. With several hundred people standing so sparsely, the effective range of Firestorm and Absolute Time would indeed be insufficient to deal with all of them. Without the silencing field, as the battle drew on, he would have no choice but to escape. However, circumstances had changed. Looking at the hundreds of level 16 and level 17 melee players charging at him from all directions, Shifeng activated Absolute Time. At level 5, Absolute Time had an effective radius of 75 yards, so it covered a large majority of the scattered players. As for those that were outside the range of Absolute Time, they were no threat to Shifeng. Following which, Shifeng switched out the Aura of Time for the Aura of Fire on the 7 Luminaries ring, increasing his damage dealt by 40%, while reducing his target's defense by 40%. However, Shifeng was not done yet. Shifeng then activated the additional skill of Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Immediately after, Shifeng used Windwalk and advanced, abruptly charging towards the members of Dark Star. Shifeng's first target was a level 17 Shield Warrior. Raising the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng lightly slashed at the Shield Warrior. The silvery gray abyssal blade transformed into a streak of silvery gray light. Before the shield warrior could lift his shield against Shifeng's attack, a deep slash appeared on his mysterious iron-ranked breastplate. A critical damage of -3,216 appeared above the shield warrior's head. Following which, this level 17 shield warrior, which possessed slightly more than 2,600 HP, died. Before this shield warrior's body hit the ground, Shifeng had already arrived in front of a berserker. Similarly, Shifeng struck once before leaving behind an afterimage and charging towards the next swordsman. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see a dark shadow passing by the members of Dark Star. Then, for reasons unknown, those Dark Star members suddenly fell to the ground, their HP bars completely depleted. Meanwhile, this dark shadow was so fast that it only took around 6 seconds to move through every single member of Dark Star. By the time this shadow stopped moving, the several hundred Dark Star members had become corpses, only silence and hundreds of dropped items accompanied these corpses. The players watching this scene play out from afar were completely stupefied. This was too horrifying. Are you a ghost or a human? Lone Tyrant gaped at the hundreds of dead Dark Star elites in front of him in disbelief. Before he could make sense of what was happening, all of his companions had died. The word fear was no longer sufficient to describe what Lone Tyrant currently felt. What do you think? Shifeng said, smiling faintly as he shifted his gaze to Lone Tyrant. Lone Tyrant's heart jumped when he saw the ridiculing smile on Shifeng's face. At this moment, he no longer thought of retaliating. He even doubted that the person before him was Black Flame, but an evil Rakshasa of God's domain instead. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain the unbelievable sight before him? How was it even possible for a player to be so powerful? At this moment, escape was Lone Tyrant's only hope. Even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough against such an evil Rakshasa. However, as soon as Lone Tyrant turned around, he discovered that Shifeng had already appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he saw the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand give off a dazzling light. He also felt himself melt at the immense temperature radiating from Shifeng's sword. This skill was none other than Shifeng's recently upgraded level 9 Flame Burst. Before Lone Tyrant could react, the scorching abyssal blade had run through his heart. The hell-like flames incinerated his body. At the same time, a massive damage of over -10,000 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. Following which, as if struck by a meteorite, Lone Tyrant was sent flying backward. However, before his body made contact with a solid surface, he had become nothing more than ash in the wind. Chapter 354, Hunter and Prey. After killing Lone Tyrant, Shifeng turned to face the remaining Dark Star members behind him. At this point, Shifeng had thoroughly frightened these players. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of players had died, just like that. Moreover, even their guild leader, Lone Tyrant, could not withstand a single hit before the evil Rakshasa burned him to ash. The remaining Dark Star members felt a chill crawl down their spines when Shurfong glanced at them. Their limbs felt like lead, incomparably heavy. At this moment, none of them had any courage to continue fighting. Meanwhile, many players watching from afar immediately uploaded the videos they had recorded to the official forums, creating a huge sensation. As a result, the name Black Flame became even more popular than before. Run! No one knew who had shouted this single word. However, all of the remaining Dark Star members expressed their unanimous agreement as they scattered and ran in all directions. With hundreds of players running away from him in all directions, even Shurfong, as fast as he was, could not possibly kill all of them. Hence, Shurfong decided to target the 9 assassins and rangers who were being protected by a group of their companions. These players bore the dropped items from the Mechanical Slayer. Shurfong might be able to ignore killing everyone else, but he could not ignore these 9. Damn! Why is my luck so rotten? One of the escaping assassins paled with fright when he saw Shurfong dart towards his group. Seeing as escape was no longer an option, the assassin spun around and prepared for a desperate battle. Face me if you can. However, by the time this assassin turned to face Shurfong, the blazing abyssal blade had already penetrated his chest. The assassin's HP quickly bottomed out, and 3 items dropped from his lifeless body. Among them, 2 were items dropped by the Mechanical Slayer. Shurfong immediately grabbed the loot from the Mechanical Slayer and tossed them into his bag. He then charged towards his next target. By the time everyone from Dark Star had run out of absolute time's effective radius, Shurfong had killed 6 people in quick succession, obtaining a total of 15 dropped items. As for the remaining 3, they had escaped. Not a bad harvest, Shurfong smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the new additions to his bag. Including these 15 items, he had obtained a total of 52 dropped items. That was practically half of the Mechanical Slayer's drops. Just as Shurfong prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered the players from other guilds all barreling towards him. Meanwhile, every one of these players wore greedy expressions, and they all thought of Shurfong as a fat sheep. If Shurfong had only taken a handful of the loot, they would not have dared strike at Shurfong even if someone put a gun to their heads. However, the number of dropped items Shurfong obtained was simply too shocking. Hence, their greed had overtaken their fear. Although the strength Shurfong displayed defied all reason, everyone had the courage to charge at Shurfong because they knew that his explosive strength could only last for a short time. Moreover, large-scale silencing skills like the one Shurfong used would definitely have a very long cooldown. Knowing that the situation had become unfavorable, Shurfong immediately turned and ran. He had only recently used absolute time, so the skill was still on cooldown at that moment. Without the skill, he stood absolutely no chance against thousands of players. Boss Red Feather, Black Flame is trying to flee. It will be difficult to deal with him if we allow him to escape into White River City's safe zone. Should we use that item now? A Cursemancer asked. At this moment, Red Feather carefully considered the situation. Standing by his side, Flourishing Willow said, "Big Brother Red, are we really going to make a move against him?" Flourishing Willow's words surprised her teammates. Normally, Flourishing Willow was the most bloodthirsty out of any of them. How could her change of heart not surprise them? "Willow, I thought you said that you wanted to teach Black Flame a lesson. What's changed?" "Don't tell me you're afraid," an assassin on the same team joked. "Huh? Who's afraid?" "Are you itching for a beating? Why don't we have a private spar once we return?" Flourishing Willow glared at the assassin. "Ah, no. I was just joking. You're a great expert who ranks on the experts list, why would you bully me?" the assassin hurriedly said, concerned for his safety. Aside from their boss Red Feather, Flourishing Willow was the strongest powerhouse in their team, and nobody dared provoke her. Flourishing Willow proudly snorted. She then shifted her gaze to Red Feather, whose expression appeared melancholic, wondering what his decision would be. Previously, Shifeng had meant nothing to her. Even if Shifeng's past performances were outstanding, at most, he would only shine in White River City. However, things were different now. Now that she had personally witnessed Shifeng's skilled and rapid movements, Flourishing Willow was sure that his strength would carry him beyond the confines of just a city. It was especially true for that frighteningly accurate swordsmanship of his. In just a few seconds, Shifeng had brandished his sword over 100 times. He had even done so while moving at high speeds. It would have been reasonable if Shifeng had simply killed the players of Dark Star. However, Shifeng had actually managed to bury his sword in the heart of every player. Even Red Feather could not achieve such a feat. In addition to being so highly skilled, Black Flame was also the guild leader of Zero Wing. His status was not low. Even if they discarded all pretenses and killed Black Flame, it would not benefit the Star Alliance. Move out. In the end, Red Feather still made his decision. They had an opportunity of obtaining a large number of fine gold and dark gold items, so what if they had to offend Zero Wing? Moreover, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Even Ouroboros did not dare disrespect them, much less Zero Wing. Okay, the several assassins in the team replied excitedly, each of them promptly retrieving a purple gold crystal ball from their bag. Activating wind steps and stealth, these assassins swiftly dashed towards Shifeng. Shifeng's movement speed was extremely fast, and ordinary players had no chance of catching up to him. Even rangers, assassins, and swordsmen, who all boasted high movement speeds, could not catch up to Shifeng. Surprisingly, however, the distance between Shifeng and the players chasing him gradually shortened. Initially, there had been a span of 100 yards between them, now, there were only 30 yards. If the distance shortened by just another step, the shield warriors and berserkers could use charge to pin down Shifeng. However, no matter how hard the warriors tried, none of them could reduce this distance of 30 yards any further. It drove them all mad. That sure is a lot of people. Shifeng turned to look at the crowd chasing him, his lips curling upwards. At this moment, none of the players pursuing Shifeng had discovered that, instead of moving closer to White River City's safe zone, they were actually moving farther from it. Soon, Shifeng would reach the entrance of the teleportation hall. Crap. He's trying to escape through the teleportation array. The crowd started growing anxious. If they allowed Shifeng to teleport from White River City, it would be extremely difficult for them to catch him. Look, there seems to be a group of people coming out from the teleportation hall. Hey! Help us stop that person. That person has dark gold ranked treasures on him. Those treasures will fall off his body as long as we kill him. Seeing that the group walking out of the teleportation hall consisted of over 100 players, the crowd's hopes rekindled. They tried thinking of how they could convince that group of players to hinder Shifeng's escape. As long as those players could pin him down for a moment, they could surround him once more. When the players emerging from the teleportation hall heard these words, they immediately took action. Without hesitation, they blocked off the entrance of the teleportation hall. Seeing this, the crowd celebrated. Wait, why do those people look somewhat familiar? Aren't the two great beauties standing at the front Zero Wings Fire Dance and Aqua Rose? Why would they be here? As the distance between them and the teleportation hall shortened, the crowd could gradually see more details of those hundreds of players. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong. The gaze Aqua Rose and the others shot them was the same gazes that they had used to look at Shifeng. It was neither a gaze of ridicule or laughter. Rather, it was the predatory gaze a hunter used while watching prey. Chapter 355, Biggest Winner. We've been had. This Black Flame is too cunning. He wasn't trying to run away at all. Instead, He was luring us over here. Everyone, be careful. What's there to be afraid of? They only have over 100 people. We have over 10,000 on our side. Do they think they can really turn the tide? Although the crowd had discovered that something was wrong, they couldn't care less. An arrow fitted on the bowstring couldn't avoid being fired. Shifeng had simply obtained too many dropped items. They might not get another opportunity to find such a fat sheep in the future. Right now, the total number of drops all of their guilds obtained was nowhere near what Shifeng carried. Hence, they would not hesitate, even if they had to start a war with these hundreds of players from Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. Excellent. We could only play the role of side characters back in Creek Town. Now, I can finally exercise my hands. Blackie said joyfully as he watched the incoming crowd. Blackie, don't kill too many. Let the others get some practice as well. It isn't very often we get to participate in such a large-scale battle. Fire Dance smiled faintly as she unsheathed her daggers and entered stealth. Black and Fire Dance's excitement left their teammates speechless. In Zero Wing, it was common knowledge that Blackie and Fire Dance were the two gods of slaughter in the guild. In the previous war involving 4 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, if Blackie had not wielded large-scale magic such as the Stars of Light, Fire Dance's total number of kills would have definitely surpassed his. Everyone, be careful. Since these people have survived until now, they should have some strength. Aqua Rose simply ignored Blackie's and Fire Dance's actions. The attack power the two of them possessed was simply not something others could replicate. Big Sis Aqua, don't worry. Now that we have upgraded our equipment, this is a perfect chance to see how much we have improved. The others started laughing. After the death of the Mechanical Slayer, the magic barrier protecting the treasures of the Blood Hand Association also disappeared. The Blood Hand Association's treasures were a great eye-opener for everyone. In total, they claimed several hundred mysterious iron items. There were also plenty of secret silver and fine gold ranked weapons and equipment. After distributing and equipping these items, everyone's equipment standard had significantly improved. Now, although their opponents numbered over 10,000, they possessed the advantage of levels and equipment. They also occupied a strategic location. After all, the teleportation hall could only hold so many people at a single time. It was not possible for all of the incoming players to squeeze into the hall simultaneously. In other words, despite the overwhelming odds, they were not without a chance for victory. At this moment, Shifeng stopped right before the entrance of the teleportation hall. He then turned to face the various guilds charging at him. On one side, there were over 10,000 players, while on the other, there were 100 or so players. The difference in numbers was over 100 times. However, the various guilds abruptly stopped when the distance between them and Shifeng shortened to 50 yards. Black Flame, don't think that you are invincible just because you now have backup. If you hand over the loot, we will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day that your legend comes to an end. Hand over the drops, and we'll spare you your life. Otherwise, you and your team will be finished. The guild leaders of the various guilds glared at Shifeng with crazed eyes. They wanted nothing more than to murder Shifeng right now. Previously, the massacre the Mechanical Slayer carried out under Shifeng's lead severely wounded their guilds. Afterward, due to Shifeng faking his own death, they even began to slaughter each other indiscriminately, decreasing their numbers once more. Now, so many reinforcements suddenly appeared. Who knew if Shifeng had anything else prepared? Now that Shifeng had suddenly turned to smile at them, how could they not feel worried? Hence, they all decided to halt their steps rather than continuing to charge forward. What if they recklessly rushed again, only to find themselves caught by another one of Shifeng's traps? Thus, nobody dared to be the first to charge over. What's the point of talking so much trash? You've chased me for so long, so shouldn't it be my turn now? Shifeng smirked at the army of players before him. Revealing a faint smile, he slowly unsheathed the abyssal blade. Shifeng's calm reaction began to unnerve some of the guilds present. Facing an army of over 10,000, even a first-rate expert would react anxiously. However, even after observing Shifeng for so long, they could not detect the slightest hint of panic on his face. Did Shifeng truly possess another card that could allow his small team to defeat them? Big Brother Red, there is definitely something suspicious going on. Now that Black Flame has reached the teleportation hall, he can escape at any time. Yet, instead of doing so, he actually plans to take a stand, Flourishing Willow said, her brows tightening. Red Feather nodded in agreement, feeling that something was indeed wrong with this situation. Before, Shifeng could have simply escaped into White River City's safe zone. At that time, with the protection of the city guards, it would not be so easy to steal the Mechanical Slayer's loot from him anymore. Yet, instead of doing so, Shifeng had gradually lured everyone to the teleportation hall. Why would Shifeng do such a thing? Crap! We've been tricked. Black Flame is trying to buy time. Red Feather suddenly panicked. Hurriedly, he opened the team member display to check whether or not his team members inside the White River City safe zone were safe. Big Brother Red, what's going on? Flourishing Willow looked at Red Feather, confused. Black Flame is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zero Wing has over 5,000 members, yet, only 100 or so are here. Since he could call over these 100 or so members, why didn't he send for even more reinforcements? Red Feather explained. The only reason he did not send for more reinforcements was that he had sent the rest to hunt the transport teams who are safeguarding the loot. Moreover, by blocking the teleportation hall, he can choose to attack or retreat anytime he wants. As soon as the other members of Zero Wing obtain the drops, they can leave immediately. Red Feather had not used the team chat when he spoke. Moreover, he had not kept his voice down, so the other guilds had heard his words very clearly. Suddenly, the guild leaders of the various guilds turned pale. Immediately, they started contacting the players that were transporting the dropped items. However, none of their calls connected. The results were the same when they tried contacting the other team members of the transport team. You've only realized it now? Unfortunately, it's too late, Shifeng laughed, shaking his head as he watched the various guilds' actions. Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, even before he had slaughtered the members of Dark Star, he had arranged for Zero Wing's army to keep an eye on the transport teams of the other guilds. When Shifeng started his battle with Dark Star, Zero Wing's army took action. As the various guilds had lusted after the items on Shifeng, they had not allocated many members to escort the transport team. Some guilds only allocated a few dozen members, while some had only allocated a dozen or so. Meanwhile, each of Zero Wing's groups consisted of at least more than 100. Some even possessed up to 400 members. There was no way they would fail. Moreover, in order to prevent these transport teams from reporting back to their respective guilds about the ambush, Shifeng had purchased a large number of information sealing scrolls from the magic shop. The information sealing scroll was extremely expensive, with each one costing 50 silver coins. This scroll could neither attack nor defend. It was also not a support item. In addition, the scroll could only target players. This scroll's only function was to prevent players from using the game's communication system for a certain amount of time. During this period, players could not receive or send any messages. The only form of communication they could use was ordinary speech. Hence, all this time, the information sealing scroll was an item that the player populace of God's domain had ignored. During the ambush, although these transport teams were just a short distance away from the battlefield, they could not contact their respective guilds to request reinforcements. Faced with troops several times their number, these transport teams had no chance of protecting the loot they carried. Also, even though these transport teams were inside the city's safe zone, the city guards needed time to come to their rescue. During this time, unless the transport team of a guild possessed only top-tier experts, their deaths were all but certain. Even if the city guards arrived later, the dropped items of the mechanical slayer could simply be passed on and claimed by the Zero Wing members who had not participated in the battle. At this moment, Red Feather was livid. Although he did not know how Shifeng had sealed off their communication, when he saw the HP bars of his team members decreasing, he could guess what had happened. Without a doubt, his team members were definitely caught in an intense battle. At this moment, Red Feather finally realized that he had massively underestimated Shifeng. He had been thoroughly fooled by Shifeng's facade of a first-rate expert. Compared to Shifeng's combat techniques, his cunning was far more terrifying. Despite the price so many players and guilds had paid, in the end, Zero Wing became the biggest, no, the only winner of this war. Rather than calling Shifeng a fledgling fox, it would be more appropriate to consider him an old demon fox that has lived for countless years. Chapter 356, One Man Holding Out Against 10,000. Big Brother Red, their HPs aren't declining that rapidly. They should have started fighting not that long ago. Also, they're only a short distance away from us. If we run back there right now, we might still be able to save them, Flourishing Willow said hurriedly. However, the moment Flourishing Willow finished speaking, one of the members on their transport team suddenly died. What? Flourishing Willow looked at one of the HP bars on the list of team members in disbelief. The dark HP bar proved that this player was already dead. She was very clear on the strength of the team transporting the dropped items. They were all elites of the Star Alliance. Yet, just shortly after the battle started, one of these elites had already died. How could she not be shocked by this situation? It's too late. At this point, we can only kill Black Flame to make up for our losses. Red Feather shook his head. He then looked at Shifeng, rage burning in his eyes. In reality, Red Feather was not the only person present who was angry. The other guilds were similarly enraged. Shifeng had so easily taken away the dropped items they had paid such a large price to obtain. This also meant that, at this moment, Shifeng had obtained all the drops of the mechanical slayer. So, how could they not feel angry? They had far underestimated Shifeng's ambitions. From the moment the mechanical slayer attacked the city, Shifeng never had any intention of letting anyone obtain a share of the loot. Now, they finally realized how naive they had been. They had lost the battle from the very beginning. The battle between their transport teams and the members of Zero Wing had been going on for some time now. It would be too late even if they tried to rescue the transport teams. The only thing they could do now was to get rid of Shifeng. In any case, the number of drops Shifeng had on him was almost the same as the number of drops of the guilds combined. Kill him. Kill him right this instant. Black Flame, today will be your funeral. None of the guilds present could care less anymore. All of them started charging at Shifeng one after another, not caring whether or not Shifeng had set up any traps for them. However, when the various guilds started charging at him, Shifeng and the others of Zero Wing also retreated into the teleportation hall. Facing death with a smile, the various guilds rushed into the building without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the large number of players swarming into the teleportation hall, Shifeng said in the team chat, "Start." Blackie, who had been eagerly waiting for this moment, immediately cast stars of light. The entrance and hallway of the teleportation hall was not very spacious, with a capacity of only around 100 players or so. Meanwhile, the range of the stars of light just happened to completely cover this area. One after another, stars of sacred light shot down from the sky, rocking the entire teleportation hall. Even with the preparations the guilds made, the might of the stars of light was simply too overwhelming. Despite the healers at the rear trying their best to save their companions, Blackie's stars of light destroyed even the MTs, who possessed the highest HP and defense, in just 2 to 3 rounds. After the duration of stars of light ended, many members of the various guilds had died. Shifeng estimated the death toll for Blackie's skill at over 500. At this moment, Blackie's name looked more black than red. If not for the guards of White River City temporarily halting their management over the vicinity of the teleportation hall, the guards would have killed Blackie dozens of times by now. Meanwhile, Blackie's skill had thoroughly shocked the various guilds. The scene before them brought home to the crowd once more the importance of large-scale destruction spells. Even before their frontline players had a chance to clash with the enemy, their side had already suffered so many deaths. This was just like the battlefields of ancient times when archers would already fire their bows before the two sides could even clash. In this case, however, since their side did not possess any archers, they would naturally suffer a one-sided beating. The only thing they could do in this situation was to endure and hope they survived. Fortunately, large-scale destruction spells like this definitely had a very long cooldown time. After all, if such powerful skills could be used constantly, would there even be a need for them to fight? They might as well stand still and await their deaths. Don't be afraid. Charge. They should have used up their skills already. Red Feather calmly shouted a reminder to everyone. Following which, the members of the various guilds charged at Shurfeng once more. In addition, the number of players that charged into the teleportation hall this time was even greater than before. At this moment, the members of Zero Wing were also ready for battle. Just in time. Let's see how powerful my newly improved skill is, then. At this moment, Shurfeng finally utilized the 7 Luminaries ring and activated Firestorm. The level 5 Firestorm was even more powerful than Blackie's Stars of Light. Towering flames brightly illuminated the entire teleportation hall. The temperature inside the building rose by tens of degrees as well. Numerous butterflies formed by flames fluttered gracefully around the teleportation hall, creating a beautiful scene to behold. However, all the players touched by these flame butterflies instantly combusted, their bodies turning into ash shortly after. Before the healers standing at the back could react, countless players had already died. The number of deaths caused by Shurfeng's Firestorm far surpassed Blackie's Stars of Light. Why do they still possess large-scale destruction spells? The various guilds present had long since known about Blackie's Stars of Light. After all, the scene of Blackie using this skill had appeared on video recordings many times by now. Since they had been prepared for it, they had not sent their full force in the initial charge. For their second charge, however, they had held nothing back. Yet, now, Zero Wing had revealed a second, and even more powerful, large-scale destruction spell. This situation greatly confused everyone. Just where did Zero Wing manage to obtain so many large-scale destruction spells? Just having one of such spells was already a near impossible feat at this stage of the game, not even first-rate guilds possessed a single one of such powerful spells. Yet, Zero Wing actually laid claim to 2. After Firestorm ended, the members of the various guilds turned silent. No longer did anybody dare to rush forward. After seeing this second large-scale destruction spell unleashed, the various guilds present started hesitating. Instead of letting their blood rush to their heads, they started calmly observing the situation. Looking at Shurfeng's leisurely behavior as he stood inside the teleportation hall, they could not help but wonder whether Shurfeng still had another card hidden up his sleeves. From beginning to end, Shurfeng had never considered the army before him a threat. The expression Shurfeng had, in particular, made it seem as if everything was under his control. If there were still members among Zero Wing capable of using large-scale destruction spells, wouldn't they just be seeking their own deaths by recklessly charging ahead? Before arriving at the teleportation hall, the various guilds present had already suffered immense losses. Now, the 2 spells they suffered were like fuel added to the fire. If they were to take another 1 or 2 of such blows, just how were they supposed to cope with the losses? Why aren't you guys charging? It is impossible for Zero Wing to possess any more of such large-scale destruction spells. Red Feather shouted anxiously as he looked at the various guilds. Brother Red Feather, it's not that we are unwilling to charge. However, our manpower is limited. What if they reveal another large-scale destruction spell? My guild can't hope to endure another blow like that. Brother Red Feather, why don't you lead the charge for us? If Zero Wing has indeed run out of large-scale destruction spells, we'll then follow you in your charge. Red Feather nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at these guild leaders when he heard their words. He had brought only a small number of members with him on this expedition to White River City. After going through the 2 great wars earlier, he had lost over half the members he had brought. Just moments ago, Zero Wing had also killed his transport team. In the end, the only thing he gained from this trip was losses. If he were to send his few remaining members at Zero Wing right now, wouldn't he just be seeking his own death? At this time, the various guild leaders present were also unwilling to let their own subordinates act as cannon fodder. Every death was a loss of money to them. As of this moment, they had yet to gain a single thing, so how would they be willing to continue throwing lives away? Previously, they had gotten caught in Shifeng's plots one after another. Now, Zero Wing's performance had even surpassed their expectations. After suffering successive blows, they were truly afraid now. What? Not gonna charge at us anymore? If you guys aren't coming, then we'll be leaving. Shifeng stood at the stairs of the teleportation hall, looking at the various guilds that did not dare to enter the building. The calm and easygoing smile Shifeng wore made it impossible for anyone to guess at his thoughts. Looking at Shifeng's relaxed and indifferent attitude, as well as the low-grade provocation he used, the various guilds present became even more certain that Shifeng still possessed a hidden trump card. As long as they dared to charge at him, what awaited them would be an even greater loss. At this moment, the independent players observing from afar were completely stupefied by this scene. An army of tens of thousands. Shifeng actually intimidated such a force all by himself, such that they didn't dare to set even a single foot inside the teleportation hall. This scene was truly one man holding out against 10,000. Before today, nobody present would have believed such a nonsensical feat was actually possible. Now, however, they believed it. After all, Shifeng was the best proof. It would be an honor to die to such a player. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Red Feather suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, don't be fooled by Black Flame. Do you think large-scale destruction spells can be obtained so easily? He is simply buying time. As long as we charge at him once more, the drops Black Flame obtained will be ours. Red Feather did not believe that Shifeng still possessed a third large-scale destruction spell. Shifeng was definitely tricking them. Emphatically, Red Feather advised, if anyone doesn't believe me, then our Star Alliance will compensate you with 5 times the losses you will suffer. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.